Hey, what's up, Garcia? Did a new league start? No. We have uh 5 weeks till the new league. Okay, so inspire me to come back for PoE2? No. Don't come back until the new patch. Wait. Wait until 0.5. There's no reason to play right now. There's no reason to play right now. Wait until we get the 0.5 reveal stream, and that reveal stream will convince you to come back for 0.5. Hopefully. But there's literally no reason to come back to Fate of the Vow right now. Unless you're just specifically doing campaign practice. The economy is just crazy. Oh, I had already started collecting some hardcore Thorns gear. Awesome. Oh, I even got a brass dome for it. Cool. I didn't realize I at one point had started setting up for a hardcore Thorns journey, but then had stopped, or I just never committed to it. Cool. So we're going to be fucking around with hardcore Thorns today. We're going to go until we die. I have a level 90 hardcore character from forever ago that never died. I just logged into him like 5 minutes ago. I'm going to see how much currency I can gut from like all the random shit I have. And then we're going to get whatever Thorns leveling gear we can get. And still temple funded economy? Oh yeah. I mean, the economy is obliterated. Everything is so costly. Alright, let's see what exalts we can get.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Yeah, no, this economy's crazy. Like, I just made a Thorns build, like, that was an experimental one. We spent, like, 17 mirrors on it. That 17 mirrors was worth, like, 160,000 divine. Like, 160,000 plus. Probably more. I don't know what I have that's of value right now. Tuckatais are only that. I need Chaos Orbs to be able to afford Briar Patch. I think I needed 3. Let's see. We'll just get 3 for now.
Post it right away.
Okay, so Briar Patch. Okay. So I've got the helmet and the boots. We've got a bunch of Thorns starter gear. We have the level 1 versions. We have the uniques we put on mid-game. The items we put on, like, a little bit further in. Give me a sec. I mean, you would get more than 10 if you came back to this league right now. Like, if you did like a single map with breach on it and you sold those breach splinters, like after 3 to 4 maps, you'd have more than 10 divine. Like, the economy is inflated in every way, so it's not hard to make a bunch of divine, but it's awkward. I would wait for the league start. If you're gonna come back, obviously, like, this would be the bad time to come back and get yourself burnt out, you know? Okay, so we need just better Thorns gear. We have a level 28. Let's just see what Thorns gear we can even buy. So I assume Runes of Tithing are just not even affordable. Let's just check. I'm guessing it's just like they're hundreds of divines per. Gonna be none listed for Exalted Orbs. Yep. Any listed for Chaos Orbs? Nope. Divines. What are they listed for in terms of divines? 50 divines per, so. Yeah, this will be a tithingless run, which will make it very, very slow. We won't have that high burst that Thorns builds normally have. I should be able to have barbs and bursts, though. Do I have the gems for that? I do. So I can get barbs and bursts from level 1 at least. That'll help. What about delirium? Do I have enough for... Can I get an early... vengeance? I don't think I can afford a fear or a guilt. Let's see. Yeah. So we're not going to be doing any anoints. Okay. I mean, we'll buy more gear as we're playing. So that's fine. Let me just see if there's, like, stuff I can still flip for just more currency so we can just buy more Thorns gear while we're leveling. So without Thorns gear, this will, like, hit a wall. You can only depend on scavenge plating so much because you're not going to be able to, like, consistently level your spirit gems. So, because of, like, how limited this economy is and how broke I am on this, on hardcore.
All right, your order is registered.
I'm glad these omens are selling for exalts at least. Chaotic rarity ain't selling for... Oh, it's selling for 3.5 exalts. Okay.
I'll post it right away.
Alright. Hopefully this makes us able to afford more stuff that we could run into or buy. I have no idea. It just, like, depends on if there's any Thorns gear on the market. So, Thorns, physical damage. Let's search for less than level 20. Oh, so there's 100 items that are below level 20 with physical Thorns damage, so we're not completely cucked. We already have Edrin's Tusk, so we're good there. We already have Crown. We don't need a body armor. So let's look at belts. Yeah, it's like these numbers are like way too expensive. Like 21, I would need like a funding of like many divine to be able to level with like gear. Like what's funny is like this kind of gear on league launch is like 1 exalt per, but because this is hardcore and because it's like so late into the league, it's like this is like very bad Thorns gear, but it's like so inaffordable. Let's look at belts through 30. Alright, so this is like level 30, which sucks. But that's at least affordable. But we need a lower level belt that's cheaper and better. Well, we got at least a level 30 belt. So we're not completely fucked. Yeah, it's like, look at the drop. Like, we want something in this range, but it's like 21k exalts for that level of belt is just not worth it when we're this poor. So we got a belt. Let's look at shields. I think we had a level 16 belt shield already. What's the current thought on 0.5 will bring if Templar came, and if static strike with Holy Relic with new relics brought over to PoE2, then I'd be interested. I mean, I don't think Templar's coming personally. Oh, this is a level fucking 28 shield too. It's not even that good. I don't think Templar's coming personally. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to depend on a lot of scavenge plating. This is gonna be a really interesting Thorns run. I think we're getting like swords or axes. I think Templar is gonna. I honestly think Templar is the last class we're getting added, or it's saved for 1.0 for like ExileCon. I don't think Templar's coming. I think it's swords or axes. I think we're getting a new class. I definitely think we're getting a new class. This patch is going to be massive. If we don't get a new class, I think a lot of people would be a little disappointed. I want uncut gems. So we want to find like how expensive are low level gems. That's so expensive. It's gonna be like every time we get a spirit gem, it's gonna be such a massive moment. It's gonna increase our damage by so much. All right, YOLO. Wait, no, I need to put the currency in my stash. Good morning to you as well, Mr. Crisp. Yeah, I think swords would be ideal. I think swords would be ideal. Alright. Hardcore Thorns. Let's see how this goes.
You're alive. I'm glad to see it. Yes. Now I would appreciate it if you could. Clear fell.
I don't even remember the last time I started with a warrior. It's been a while. I have not played Mensch Warrior this patch. It was my most played class on every other patch, but it might be like my third or fourth most played this patch. I think I only did 2. I don't think I played a Warbringer. This is my first Warbringer of the patch. Hey, what's up, Little Dragon? How you doing, man? Alright, let's see how this run goes. This is my very first time playing Hardcore Thorns. I've played Hardcore a few times, but I've never played Hardcore Thorns. And we are unfortunately doing it on a very restricted budget and a very weird economy for it. I mean, part of me thinks I have to go straight for Vengeance. So, I think we go through here, we grab Relentless, and then we go straight for Vengeance. Alright, so we got a Thorns chest, we got a Thorns shield, we got a Thorns belt. We do have a talisman. I don't know if we want to use it right now. Probably not. We have a low-level ring. We have a low-level Emmy. We have low-level gloves. Edrin's Tusk is level 11. Briar Patch is level 11. Crown is level 16. If I die before this and I lose all this gear, we deserve it. Endgamer stuff. Okay. Ideally want to get a spear. We need barbs and bursts, though, for now. Make sure I don't have them already. I don't. Okay. So let's do, barbs through 2. And then, do we have any level 3 gems? We don't. Burst. Okay. You can kill tier 1 as many times as you want. No, you can spam the low tier fight 1,000 times. Even if you've killed the higher tier ones, you can do whatever tier you want. You could, if you wanted to farm tier 1 Zetch, tier 1 King of the Mist over and over, you absolutely could. You absolutely could. I didn't realize Earthquake was a level 1 gem. That's so funny.
Feel my wrath.
The hardcore Thorns, that's bold. What's even more bold is we're doing it like on a stupid low budget, and we really can't afford to buy any good Thorns gear. So we're like doing budget Thorns.
I've no more room.
Alright, so far so good. Let's not skip any bosses. Let's make this like a fun General Dollar Thorns. Dollar General Thorns? Yeah, pretty much. Let's make this like a fun challenge where we're not skipping anything. So we'll do every side boss. If you see me skipping a side boss, just say like, hey, you go do that, dumbass, and I'll go do it. We're gonna kill the worm. We will skip no boss in the campaign. Okay, we might skip one boss. We might skip one boss. The Molten Vault boss, because of his lava phase, is a real pain in the ass with Thorns. And it's not about, like, whether we can, like, survive its hits. It's whether we can kill him in time before, like, the lava wall closes in on us. So we'll try him, but we might, like, log out on, him if we can't kill him with DPS. Every other boss, I think, it should be fine.
This lair. How deep does it go?
And we are going Warbringer. I think Warbringer is not really even... It's maybe not even top 3 Ascendancies for the Thorns. But I haven't played Warbringer Thorns in a while, so we are giving it a twirl. And if we don't vibe with Warbringer, we can always just swap the Titan. Or Smeeth. Maybe we go Smeeth. Yeah, maybe Smith. I don't know. If Thorns doesn't exist, what other builds would you be playing? I mean, go look at my YouTube channel. I've got, like, only a third of my builds are Thorns builds. So I'd just be playing all those builds that aren't, you know, that I'm already playing, you know. I don't really like Thorns that much. I don't play it that often, to be honest. It might seem like I play it a lot. Because it's like what my main focus of content is, I guess. But I really didn't play Thorns that much this league. I played a lot more not Thorns, for sure. But it probably, if I had to like pick a specific archetype that wasn't like Thorns, that'd be like my main archetype. It'd be like Culling Strike, manly, maybe. I really like Culling Strike as a theme. So if that helps, if that better answers your question, probably Culling Strike as like my main archetype. I like Culling Strike builds, and I love Witch Hunter. Witch Hunter's my favorite Ascendancy. So yeah, probably that. Oh yeah, I don't really like casters. Well, I mean, it's not I don't like casters. Ooh, we got a spear already. Nice. It's a good spear too. It's not that I don't like casters, because I like some ranged builds. It's not that I don't like range. Sorry, it's like I mainly don't vibe with casters. Like certain range skills, like crossbow ranged attacks, like armor piercing round and stuff has been fun. But I'm a melee main for sure. Like I'm absolutely a melee main.
I fear that our land.
We will survive this.
But I've played like Coaling Strike Spark. I've played like a lot of caster builds, you know. There's no build like... I would say the archetype I don't vibe with the most is minion builds. I really don't like minion builds. There's only been one minion build I've really ever played in PoE. I played a couple of minion builds in PoE too, but like there's only one that I really liked, and it was like very gimmicky, and there's no way I could play it for like an entire league. So I'd say like the only archetype I don't like is probably minions. I don't think there'd ever be a world where I'd league started a minion build. Because some caster archetypes are fun. It's just right now the caster meta ends up very often leaning to like cast on crit or something like that, you know. Have you done a Lightning Warp Coaling Strike Witch Hunter yet? I should not be reading chat like this when I'm playing Hardcore Thorns. I was just straight up brain off swatting mobs. I have done Lightning Warp Coaling Strike builds before, but not on a Witch Hunter, no. But I have done Lightning Warp Coaling Strike with Mjolnir builds before. I'm gonna die so fast. I do not have a brain for hardcore. But like, so yeah, for my league start, right, let's just say, my assumption is we are getting swords or axes, which would come with Marauder or Duelist. I find it odd, or not odd, the odds low, that I league start one of the new Ascendancies. They would have to have something very specific that's like completely enables something brand new, or have something like supporting fire that's like on Tactician, where only Tactician can do it, right? Like if one of the Gladiator Ascendancies had some like a skill that was like really cool like that, that only that Ascendancy could do, I would be tempted to league start it only in that scenario. More than likely, I am league starting more than likely, I'm league starting Witch Hunter, and I'll be playing whatever weapon comes out. So if we get swords, I'll be playing a sword build on Witch Hunter, playing Coaling Strike, and if we get axes, I'll be playing an axe build with Coaling Strike. That will more than likely be my league start right now. Whatever weapon type we get. And I'll be playing a Coaling Strike Witch Hunter with that weapon skill. It will be my league start. There is a chance I league start Thorns. There's a chance I league start Thorns, but only if one of the new Ascendancies we get is like specifically like targets Thorns, like in a direct way, not like, you know, you're not like in a Titan way where hulking form kind of buffs everything. Like in a, it has to have the Thorns tag on it. And if that happens, then maybe we'll league start Thorns, but I don't know. I love Witch Hunter and I love Coaling Strike builds, so let's just say we get Cyclone. I'll be playing Cyclone with Culling Strike on a Witch Hunter. Do evasion stacking while min-maxing crit with High Resire and do Culling Strike or something like that. I don't know why. I'm really confident we're getting a weapon. That might just be Giga Coat. If we don't get a new weapon, I'm not going to be upset. I'd still play, but... I mean, I'd still play, obviously. I'm still going to be excited. But I know a lot of people are like, it has to have a weapon or I won't come back. And I assume there's going to be one. What is so special about Witch Hunter? It's just my favorite Ascendancy to make builds with. It's got a lot of really fun and creative things with it. It has one Ascendancy node that, like... So you have weapon set passives. You have, like, weapon set 1 and 2, right? And you can assign 24 passives that are split between those sets. So in weapon set 1, if you're doing single target, you can put 24 points towards that build. And then in weapon set 2, you're doing something that's AoE related or mobility related, you can have 24 points, like min-maxing the mobility. Witch Hunter has an Ascendancy passive that turns every single Ascendancy every single passive you get. Did I just get 2 Iron Rings? Jesus. Some crazy RNG from a fucking chest. Witch Hunter has an Ascendancy passive that turns every single passive, all 124 of them, into... weapon set passives, which just makes it really fun for build making. I think it also has the Ascendancy passives Culling Strike and Decimating Strike. I personally just find that archetype to be very, like, weird and fun. So those are the 2 things that make Witch Hunter special to me and why it's my favorite. Is it's just... It's very fun. It's very weird and it's very cool for build making. It also has some other stuff onto it that's very powerful. Like, Sorcery Ward is a very underrated defensive layer. So... It was also, in 0.1, it was the best Thorns Ascendancy. It had a... Ascendancy, it has an Ascendancy passive called Zealous Inquisition. That when an enemy dies, it has a 10% chance of it, like, exploding and doing AoE around it for, like, you know, percentage of the enemy's life. And that actually made Thorns have a good clear in 0-1. So, I don't know. Witch Hunter is just very build-enabling, depending on what style you're playing. It's got a lot of options. It's by far my favorite. What up, Perm? What's up, Rusty? Not only... So, I'm not just leveling hardcore Thorns like a dumbass... But I'm doing it, like, super late into the league with no divines. So there's, like, almost no gear I can afford. Like, I'm doing, like... budget Thorns, basically. Like, giga budget Thorns. I have no runes of tithing. I can't afford anything. It's a little bit easier. It's kind of close to solo self-found Thorns. I at least got a starter set up from levels 1 to 16. After that, though, there's like almost nothing. There's almost nothing on trade to buy, and everything you can buy is like many divines worth of chaos. So, but yeah, we're doing a hardcore Thorns challenge because we are bored as fuck. Oh, I need to remember that I need to do the league mechanic. Hey, nice. That sounds fun. I've never done a Corrupting Cry build, but they always look fun to me. I just can't get over the sound effect of it, the constant screaming. All right, let's see if we can handle this boss without dying like a dumbass. Fucking Chaos Seeds. Gotta get those blocks down, boys. Gotta get those blocks down. Alright, so that boss is dead. Now we can go to Red Veil. Alright, so we can put this ring on now. Next ring is level 6. We got gloves at 6, amulets 8, body armor's 11, boots 11, chest 6, or helmet 16. Okay. Oh, we need dex. I forgot I wanted to swap to spear. Because we're definitely going to play the meta of spear and shield. Hey. Thanks for watching, man. Appreciate you, Rusty. Yeah, it's just, I don't know if I can practice for... I don't think I can do League start practicing and, like, serious try-hard prep for 5 weeks leading up to the League. That's a little bit too much, you know? I can handle, like, a week of, like, pre-prep and hype and stuff, but, like, 5 weeks? I don't know, so... We're gonna have fun in this character. He's probably dying today. We'll see how far we can push him, though. We're gonna do some League start prep. Like, I want to start doing, like, I want to try and get my campaign clear as fast as I can get it. We will be playing Diablo 4. I'll be streaming Diablo 4. I'm going to be playing a Thorns Barbarian. I'm, like, pretty confident. Everyone says that Thorns Paladin's, like, by far the best Thorns build, but... Fuck the haters, I do what I want. We're doing Thorns Barb. And we're going to PvP. The hope is that we just get the end game, get a super juiced Thorns character. Like, I want to get him really geared. And then we're going to go PvP, and we're going to make a little PvP video. And then we're going to go back to PoE 2 after that. So hopefully that takes, like, less than a week to, like, get a geared Thorns character and then go, like, get some PvP clips. But if you do have characters on Hardcore Fate of the Val and you want to donate currency so I can afford some Thorns gear, I'm not expecting to use Runes of Tithing. Those are 50 Divine each. But I would take like a handful of Divine to make sure I have gear at every bracket. There's unfortunately no way to craft Thorns gear, so it's just like pure Gamba. I need to get a checkpoint. I also need to upgrade my flask. We need to find a checkpoint. Don't get sprint stunned like a dummy.
There's one of those beacons.
There's a checkpoint. Nice, Erm. Yeah, if you have any leftover, leftover hardcore Thorns gear, I would absolutely take it. I'll take any hand-me-downs you got. It was my biggest concern with this run, because like normally, if a league starting Thorns, even on hardcore, right, you level, you get your first Exalt. There's like some Thorns gear on the market for an Exalted Ore, but at this point in the league, everything that's on the market is so fucking expensive, it's just impossible to play. Yeah, until you get Crown of the Pale King, Thorns does not work on ranged attacks, which is why the early Thorns is a little sketch.
They still defend their land, even after all this time.
Okay. We need Dex. This lets us to swap to a spear now. I think next level we get Rake. When we kill, or not next level, when we kill King of the Mist, we'll get, or not King of the Mist, whatever this dildo's name is. Rust King. What about you guys? Are any of you checking out Diablo 4? Or are y'all, or are most of y'all a part of the D4 bad audience? I have not played Diablo 4 in, I want to say, over 2 years. I cannot remember how long it's been, but it was like Season 2. So it's been a minute. I did not play the first expansion. I think this is the second expansion. I could be wrong. Pretty sure it's the second expansion. I didn't play the first one. I didn't play the second. I'm going to be checking out the second one. Just briefly. I'm part of the Blizzard bad audience. I am absolutely a part of that audience, too. Yeah, no. Absolutely fuck Bobby No Dick. He is an awful, awful person. Yeah, the only reason I want to play is because I want a PvP. And like, literally the only reason I'm installing it, again, is for PvP. I want to go fucking PvP on people with Thorns. And PoE 2 has yet to add Thorns PvP, so... Oh, I mean, that's how I am, Mike. I mean, the reason why I haven't played Diablo 2 in a while is it's too casual for me. There's just not enough depth to it. I think even the people that like it, like Rax and DM, have both said on our podcast that they play it for like a day or two. And then they move on. Like, there's just no endgame depth. But who knows? It might be fun to PvP some people with Thorns. But then we're definitely going straight back to PoE 2. Because it's like a week after the Diablo 4 launch is the reveal stream or whatever. I need to kill these side dudes or... Nice.
Go with honor. There is nothing left to defend.
Alright, that gets us Rake. We don't have the dex for it. We'll go get that now. Oh, we got a 1-4 physical Thorn shield. That's funny. Oh, we can't change passives yet. Okay. Do I have any Jeweler's Orbs? I do. We'll put the Greater in Rapid Assault. Do you think D4 release played into it a little? No. GGG... I genuinely believe that GGG does not even give an absolute fuck about Diablo or GTA 6 or whatever that game's called. GTA 6. If they don't give a fuck about GTA 6, they don't give a fuck about any Blizzard game. That's for sure. I do not think 0.5 was delayed at all because of anything else besides they did not think the game was ready for the release. Maybe it got delayed because of ExileCon timing, and they wanted the leagues to line up with ExileCon, but it had no external factors. It is all internal as to why they delayed it. They were not afraid of any... They're not concerned about Diablo 4. And history shows that, like, they've never been afraid of... Like, they have consistently released stuff on days Blizzard's doing stuff with Diablo. Like, GGG don't give a fuck. Like, they've straight up, like, done big announcements and, like, launches on days Blizzard is doing their big announcements and launches. Like, they aren't afraid of the overlap at all, funny enough. They just do their thing. PvE 2 has its audience, and they're gonna play whether, you know, something else is happening or not.
What happened here?
But no, I definitely not for Diablo 4. I don't think they cared at all.
He's unconscious. The wood, the grim tangle.
Okay, our Thorns damage spikes at 2 points. Well, 1, we get a lot more defensive when we get Vengeance, which is what we're pathing to right now. We are going straight towards Vengeance. Yeah, Herm, I'd take it. Can you whisper me? Cal Hardcore Thornbringer. Cal HG Thornbringer. I will take those divines. That will... That's more than enough to probably get me through the campaign. Because it would at least allow me to upgrade Spirit Gems. Thorns is pretty easy to level through the campaign if you can, like, maintain Scavenge Plating. But, and just everything's so expensive. You see the merge over? KK. Appreciate it. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So, like, there's 3, like, early game Thorns. If you do not have Runes of Tithing in all your gear, which we're not going to be using Runes of Tithing, they're 50 divines per. It's very slow until you get 3 things. 1, you need Vengeance. That gives you more Thorns damage. This gives you life leech to defensive. You need Scavenge Plating. Scavenge Plating gives you an assload of Thorns damage. And then you need these pieces of gear. So it's usually not until level 16 that Thorns feels really good. Anything before that is just super slow. Hey, what's up, Yeti? How you doing, bro? Good morning, sir. Good morning. We are playing Hardcore Thorns because we are bored.
Passage here for now.
If the fate. The old magic still thrives.
Just stalling for the patch. Trying not to die to poison mobs. Oh, I think I got Whispers turned off. Hold on. I can't teleport to King's March. Either need to go to your hideout or... That works. I think so, Shaq. I think... Well, what I think there is a good odds of is... GGG... Thank you, Herm. You're a legend. We will buy Thorns gear later with that. What I think could be cool is, like, GGG doesn't have to... Like, you know how Abyssal Lich is in Ascendancy where you can, like... You like transform into it. It's an option. They could easily add a bunch of those to the patch without telling us they're coming. Like, those could just be hidden in, and like people just stumble upon them. Yeah, there's a lot of fun shit that could be coming that like they may or may not announce. But there's definitely going to be like a lot of shit. And they said Kelly in her tweet, or one of the messages, said that there will be more information coming over time. Like, after the big reveal, we'll be getting drip-fed shit, so... Oof, I am low on flask, but YOLO. Shouldn't there be a, like, checkpoint around this bitch? There it is. Probably should have leveled up before going in here. Yeah, bitch. Not fast enough. Damn you. Okay, we should be able to put on Rake now. Cool. Continuing on. So far, so good. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to get... I don't know. GGG, like, we've talked about this plenty, even before they had this delay. GGG has had so much time to cook on this patch. Like, there's no way it's not thick. There's no way it ain't a thickums.
Just what I need.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're a bunch of heavy hitters here. I don't know, I'm on a Gigacopium train, so... I just wish it was today. I just wish I was playing it right now. I don't want to be playing this build anymore. 0.5 today, please. Just surprise drop it today, GGG. Screw the reveal stream. Screw all the hype. Just drop it today.
This place has not been abandoned.
I might have been going the right way. Getting no stacks of thorns right now. Bunch of ranged mobs on me. Yeah, I know. I'd be hyped for a shadow drop, but obviously that would never happen. That's unfortunate dreams. Dreams that are just memes. But I want to play it now. GG, let me beta test it. How about that? Don't have to let anyone else in, just me. I'll play it now. Alright, I think level 8 we get a new amulet, but then nothing new until 11 after that.
Soul for my collection. You shall die slowly. Your meaningless life ends now. Rend your soul. The spirits are mine.
Oh, I just fucking shield stunned myself. I just did it twice in a row. I'm really bad at that. I'm blowing this. We might have to respawn at checkpoint. Okay, we're almost full. We need to let our shield bar reset. That's one of my biggest asks for 0.5 is to be able to see, like, so if you look at by my health bar, there's this little yellow bar that's filling up. That is your shield block stun meter, and the only way you can see what that is at is by looking down there in that corner. And like, when the fuck are you looking down here? So my biggest quality of life for 0.5 I'm looking for is this bar being above your character's health bar someplace. I'm out of life flask. There we go. Low Thorns DPS right now. We don't have the level 8 Thorns gear. Let's see if we can afford level 8 Thorns gear now. That would help a lot with the damage for our next boss. I also just wasted a lot of life flask, though. That was an annoying fight. I want to put this in Pounce. We need more in for that, though. Oh, we could do that now. There we go. We have Pounce for mobility now.
I need more time.
So, about the act, will act 0.5 have an act? I definitely know, not know, I assume Act 5 and 6 are both ready for launch. Like, they're both good to go. But that doesn't mean the game is, and like GGG want them into the game yet. So, I think they've finished Act 5 and 6 for sure, but I can't guarantee they're coming in this patch. But I think there's going to be a lot of stuff besides the endgame update. I wouldn't be surprised if there were multiple mechanics as well. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we got, like, Beast plus Harvest or something. Like, we got 2 things.
I'll post it right away.
Okay, let's try and get level 8-ish Thorns gear. Because, like, look at it this way. GGG has specifically said they're not going to create any new League mechanics until they've ported over all of the ones from... Oh, hey, Miso. Thanks for the raid, bro. You guys are unfortunately downgrading from beach farming to hardcore Thorns. We're playing hardcore Thorns, so I'm not sure if this is any better than beach farming. But thanks for the raid, bro. Have a good night. I know we've left the beach. We're fools. We're fools. We should have stayed on the beach for profit and time investment, and who knows? Who knows what patch 0.5 is coming? What if the whole patch is the beach? Could be that. You looked like you were having fun. I mean, you made a very good point at one point. Like, you just get to sit there and yap. And when you're playing PoE 2, you don't really just get to, like, full on do this. Like, you can't just, like, relax, you know? I get it. It looked fun to me. It looked fun to me. We'll do a parry. We'll do parry, sure. Why not? Yeah, what you dude, the tinks were so cool for the. It's a fun challenge. It's like doing. I don't know if you've ever seen those RuneScape zone lock challenges where they're locked to a zone and they have to like, make their character as good as possible within that zone. Like, that's cool. Like, I think those kind of challenges are cool as fuck. 60% spell and 14% sheesh. That's so funny. You should. That's funny. That's a cool. I kind of want to do that too. That's funny as fuck. Oh man, the beach. This is what you've done to us, GGG. Miso's farming the beach, and I'm playing hardcore Thorns. This is what delays cause. Hey, later, bro. Thanks for the host, man. Have a good night. Alright, we've upgraded our Thorns gear, guys. We are ready to do Ascendancy. Yeah, I was gonna do some, whatever it's called, campaign speedrun practice today, but I randomly saw that I had the hardcore level 90 character still, and I logged in. I was like, oh, there's enough here to make a Thorns setup. Let's just suicide a Thorns character into hardcore. Yep, hardcore Thorns. It is, this is what we've become. Bored out of our minds. Thinking Warbringer. Haven't played Warbringer this patch. So... By the way, if you guys, I'm assuming most of you guys are a fan of the podcast at this point. If you haven't seen it yet, this last week we had Darth Microtransaction on the podcast. It was an awesome episode. Some pretty fun conversations. Go check it out. This next week we have Schwingy on. If you don't know who Schwingy is, he's the guy that does the really awesome, like, spin the wheel build challenges where he has to go kill Arbiter with, like, random builds. We're having him as a guest this next week. The week after that, specifically, is the reveal stream. I might have to log out here if I don't find a, the check... Well, I just got a flash charge. The week after that is the reveal stream. And normally we do the podcast on Thursdays. We've been trying to commit to Thursdays. Sometimes we don't do it whenever scheduling stuff happens, but we try and always do Thursdays. Next Thursday is the reveal stream. And the last time we did a podcast on the day the reveal stream happened, we regretted it. It was like... It wasn't just like it was just a lot. It was bad for a lot of reasons, but like we didn't give us enough time to soak in the information. I think like halfway through the episode, the patch notes dropped, so we were like then reading the patch notes on the podcast. So this time we're not doing it the same day. The live stream reveals on a Thursday. We will not be doing the podcast till Friday. So there will be a day delay for the reveal stream. But what I was trying to get to, sorry, I'm like playing hardcore Thorns, so like my brain is like going slow right now. What we're thinking of doing for one of the reasons we're wanting to do the delay is if we do it the next day, we can like do a long podcast. So we are delaying it a day, but it's going to probably just be the three of us, so it's going to be a trio only podcast. But it's going to be a long one. We're not going to rush. We're going to deep dive into everything we find in the reveal stream. So it'll probably be like a 3+ hour podcast. But, this fight's so annoying for early Thorns. A lot of her stuff doesn't proc early Thorns because you don't have Crown of the Pale King on. I'm sorry, I don't know if much of what I said made sense. Because I've been tunnel visioned on this fight. She just keeps making me run. No! There we go. Sheesh. Sorry. Had to focus on that fight. Yeah, so Thorns, the way it works, if you're new to Thorns, it only works on melee strikes. Only melee strikes, unless you have this helmet on. This makes it work on all hits. And, like, the reason she's annoying as early Thorns is just because most of her hits don't proc Thorns, so it's a weird fight. It's one of the weirder early game. Pre-Crown of the Pale King fights, it's the hardest one, probably. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, in retrospect, looking back on that conversation, Moji, you know, they just need to stop giving dates, period. Like, they should just never set expectations on timeline. Tease content, never tease a date ever again. Even if you're, like, 99.9% confident this change is coming in the next patch, show us stuff that's coming, and then say, we don't know when it's coming, if it's in a future patch, or, you know, one that's even further down the line. Just stop setting those expectations altogether. Just never, ever say a date going forward, and I think like people won't be upset, because I definitely want them to keep teasing shit. But it seems people are just upset at like the timelines constantly changing, and we know. I'm not saying that, even though my stance was very much on the side of GGGs, people who are upset about it are justified. I just personally, like, as GGG could do a lot worse, and I would not be upset at them. But I'm a simp. Oh, I forgot you could do the fast respawn here. Oh, you can't do that in hardcore. What's the name of the podcast? It's called the Path to Exile podcast. PATH, the number 2 Exile. It's over on Miso Shiro's channel. All the VODs, and then we're also on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. I just got parry stun there, but we avoided the big hit. Okay. Sorry, I got focus for boss fights. What?
With the first ones, old man. You've earned it.
But yeah, it's going to be a long podcast. The episode after the reveal stream. So the reveal stream, I think, is the 7th. We're going to be doing a podcast on the 8th instead. It's probably only going to be me, Miso, and Rabbit. We don't know yet. If we can get a guest, we will. But we don't want this episode after the reveal stream to be a short episode. We don't want it to be like the guest can only do an hour and a half to 2 hours. And we also want it to be a guest that has to, like, be able to navigate a 3 to 4 hour podcast where we're just nerding out about everything that was announced, right? So that episode specifically, it might just be the 3 of us. We might find a guest for it. It have to be someone that could, you know, vibe with us for that whole 3 to 4 hours, which are definitely people that can do it, but it's like huge time commitment. And yeah, like, we don't want it to be cut short. We want this podcast to just be a full nerd out fest. So we will be doing it the day after, and it will be, you know, as long as we are able to talk about it. We will go over every detail in depth and what we like and don't like, etc. After that, we don't know the dates for people yet. Rax is down to come on the podcast again for 0.5, so Rax is going to be back in the coming weeks. And then Captain Lance as well. Captain Lance said he's down to come on the podcast again. So we're going to have Lance and Rax back in the coming weeks. Outside of that, I'm not sure who the other guests are.
What's been eating our cattle? You won't get away from me.
I agree, last one. You have to, like, be unstunned and stuff, yeah. There's a lot of awkwardness with the parry stuns and just stun and shield stun in general. Oh, this is bad. I might die here. That was the worst time to shield stun myself. Being a little bit too greedy with that. That was the worst time to get parried stun to the ground. Okay, I have to let my parry meter fall down. It's almost full. Okay, we're good now. Oof. I'm playing with fire here. Alright. No way we make it to endgame with Thorns. I am not good enough for that. I am playing like a bozo. Alright, we are almost to Thorns Leech. And we're almost to Scavenge Plating. The problem is, we don't have the easy armor break until we get our Ascendancy, but we should still be able to benefit from Scavenge Plating and get a good amount of Thorns damage. Oh wow, we already found... I don't know if I want to clear into it now, though. Level 11, damn. We can try clearing the Fraythorn now, but I don't think I should. I don't think I'm going to. I'll come back when we're level 11. When we're level 11 and we have Edrin's Tusk and Briar Patch, we'll come back. We will go get Una's loot. And then hopefully hit level 11. Clearing on the way to the Juggernaut boss, and then we'll double back. You go Warbringer, not Smith? Yeah, I've played Smith this league already. I mean, I still could go Smith. I'm not 100% locked in on Warbringer. I just haven't played a Warbringer this patch, so... It was just kind of like a why not Warbringer situation. If we're talking about, like, hardcore Thorns, I think, obviously, you should probably play Smith. So maybe we swap to Smith when we get the Ascendancy points. But right now, I just haven't played Warbringer this patch at all. I have played 1 or 2 different Smith builds. Just because Smith is so stupid. I don't know. What do you guys think? Smith or Warbringer? Probably Smith if we want to play smart. Warbringer is a highly underrated Ascendancy. I think that its value has been nerfed quite a bit because there are just so many ways to break armor now. Before, Warbringer was very appealing because it had one of the few ways to, like, consistently break armor. But now there's just so many easy ways to break armor. Like, there's just so... Like, armor break is in so many different archetypes that, like, there's always a weapon set way you can get armor break. And Automite made it. I think what Warbringer suffers from most of is we need better life stacking for Warbringer to be good. It always goes back to life stacking. Just so you know. I will find a way to bring up life stacking and getting buffs for it. I have done a lot of life stacking builds this patch, and I have learned how to make a reasonably good life stacking build. So if life stacking actually gets any buffs, like, I'm gonna be unkillable next patch. Actually unkillable. I'm fully confident in, like, life stacking as a playstyle currently. It just requires a lot of extra gear. Or, like, a lot of investment into Leech. But once you have that, it's really good. And if we get any on the tree, it's going to be fucking awesome. And that would make us comparable with, like, 8k to 9k ES. Because I don't even think we need to be like, 40k ES crit tanky, which some builds can achieve. Here, I should go turn in the loot before I die. The loot gets me my passives for the instant leech. Not the instant leech, but Thorns Leech.
A little. Well, you remember us when you're famous, eh?
He lives up to his reputation.
Pretty much last one, how I feel.
You found. I think I shall begin.
Game delayed, podcast delayed. I just saw that comment, Jack. That's funny. Okay, we got Thorns Leech now. Alright, from here, we'll take a point in Relentless. More than likely, we're going to be just pathing straight through here. We might grab Beef. Probably not grabbing Spiked Armor, but we might grab the Thorns damage here. We'd come up here, and then we get Retaliation, Revenge, and then Thornhide and this Thorn stuff. And then from there, probably block and life stacking.
So
Alright, we have Thorns Leech now. Hopefully this makes us... It shouldn't be a lot more defensive, but it should help some. It unfortunately only procs on, you know, melee strikes, and these guys are ranging me. Yeah, I mean, it's not enough damage yet until we get these two pieces of gear on and Scavenge Plating. We're about to have enough levels for this piece of gear. And then we'll go get Scavenge Plating. It's still scary until level 16. We probably won't do Geonor until we have Crown of the Pale King on. We could do him without it. It's just... We can't afford a second Crown of the Pale King right now, so... Let's not risk it at the moment. Let's at least get to where we play Crown Thorns, and then we can die. Oh, part of me wants the Warbringer, just because I haven't Warbringered much, but Smith is like the obvious safe answer. Like, Smith is just stupid. You get percent increased strength, you get percent increased maximum life. It says this guy's got volatile plants, but he's not casting them. There he goes. Like, what the hell? I was waiting for him to cast them. It took him forever. Okay. Level 11. So, just to show you how much damage we're gaining, we are currently at... Where's my Thorn stats? We're at 24 to 33 Thorns damage, swapping to this helm, this chest and boots. We more than doubled our Thorns damage. We were 23 to 34, and now our bottom end is like double our top end. And our top end is 84 now, so... Plus our Thorns can crit now. So, big win. Alright. Let's get the waypoint. I didn't grab the checkpoint. And then let's go get our... Spirit Gem. Still no Crown of the Pale King. Have to be careful. Can I get Resonating Shield? No. Resonating Shield's level 5. Alright. So we're gonna have to use, like, Armor Break or what? Oh yeah, the Thorns damage is so much better. Hell yeah. Fortunately, none of these guys proc Thorns, so... I think I'm gonna play Warbringer, fuck it. Smith is for pussies. Sorry, Smith mains. We're going Warbringer. If we die, we die. Yeah, if we die, we're gonna do a beach challenge, and I'm gonna get Miso to give me his filter. I need that glorious filter. I don't know why I'm fighting this fucking sentinel. It ain't giving me shit. Alright, that's the last one of these I need. It's interesting because twisters are very good. In my opinion, twisters are probably the best projectile skill in the game. Yeah, I don't think anything's better. Like, if you want to say Spark's better because it enables cast on crit, you can, but I think, like, it's in that area where it's, like, in the best category, so there's always the chance it could get nerfed, but I don't think it's overpowered. It's very good, but I think that's, like, what you should expect of a very good skill. So I am not sure on, like, you know, on whether it should get nerfed or not. I don't think it's nerf worthy personally, but people do some pretty overpowered shit with twisters, so. Hey, what's up, Snoobay? Speak of the devil, the twister god. How you doing, man? Where the fuck is this? Did I, like, walk right by it? I did. It was right here.
I must destroy this before it goes any further.
This whole map and all 4 of them were right here. I mean, we said the word, and we summoned Snoobay himself. You just say the words, and you call. Having that extra boss life was weird. Dark effigy. Please, bro. He's another one where he's annoying as fuck because of how he doesn't proc thorns and will stand in his juicy shit. Very few attacks he does trigger thorns. You basically have to force his melee attacks. He should be phasing soon. Where's that dark effigy? I swear I saw a dark effigy shooting over here. I guess not. Nice, Snoobay. Welcome back. What are your thoughts on the upcoming league? Are you in the camp where you're upset about the delay, or are you of the mindset of let them cook? Just need to get him out of that corner and we can kill him. This phase, he's much easier to fight with Thorns. He's got way more, I should be able to eat this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this phase is way easier for Thorns than the first phase. Can actually just kind of face tank him now. Yeah, I was getting into, like, prepping all my league starters for 0.5, but now with 5 weeks to cook, it's like... We're doing hardcore. We're gonna waste a little bit of time. I don't think I can do prep for 5 weeks. But I am also of the mindset of let them cook. I am, I want this patch to... There's just too much expectations behind this patch for them to not make sure it is perfect. Alright, we have Scavenge Plating now.
Shadows should remain where they belong.
We don't have a way to break armor currently. We're gonna have to, like, get rid of the Talisman mobility for the moment until I get Resonating Shield. It's because we have to use Armor Breaker right now. We'll swap back to Pounce whenever we don't... When we can do Resonating Shield, we can swap back to Pounce. But for now, we need some form of Armor Break. Let's go to my hideout and buy some gems. Yeah. I mean, like, to me, it's like... They clearly want to commit to the 4-month cycle. And if they think they need the delay... Like, I'm gonna trust their, like, I'm gonna trust them. They think we need the delay. They, like, there's something that needs to be cooked. Oh my god, 30 exalts per level 5. What about, like, level 3s? They're not even listed. Hardcore trade market is fucking dead. Rest in peace.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can. Yes.
There. That's good enough for now. Yeah, I mean, and obviously we don't want another Fate of the Vow, because as someone who tried to play Trade League this deep in, for both now hardcore and softcore, this economy is unplayable.
Feel my wrath.
Alright, let's just see what the difference Scavenge Plating. So baseline, I'm at 45 to 73. When I'm at max Scavenge Plating, what does our Thorns damage go up to? One more stack. $119 to $172. So just shows you the value of Scavenge Plating when playing Thorns. It's a significant damage increase. And that's why leveling Scavenge Plating throughout the campaign is so important. It'll make up for your lack of good gear. If you're struggling to get Thorns gear on League Start, Scavenge Plating isn't great at fully carrying all of your damage, but if you're maintaining it and leveling it, it's good enough. I will not be League starting Thorns, though. I find it very unlikely. I'm pretty confident I'm going to be League starting Culling Strike. Culling Strike on a Witch Hunter, either playing swords or axes, is my hope. I have a big amount of copium, hoping that we're getting swords or axes, and I'm going to be League starting. For me, like, the class actually doesn't matter all that much. Like, I don't care about new classes. Marauder and Duelist, they might have something that's super awesome that becomes my new favorite Ascendancy, but I'm assuming, like, they're just going to be, you know, more fun Ascendancies, but not going to beat Witch Hunter for me, so I'm thinking Witch Hunter on swords or axes, if we get one of those. And we'll play Culling Strike specifically. I really liked my Culling Strike build in 0.3, and then I did it again with Whirling Assault in 0.4, but eventually swapped the Constricting Command to help single target out, and I just like the Culling Strike archetype a lot. What was the recipe behind Thorn Shaman for absurd damage? I missed the stream the other day. It's Adonia's Ego. Adonia's Ego has an insane multiplicative modifier on it, where whenever you Giga min-max it with Snapshotting, it was just more damage than anyone should ever have. Yeah, we're actually doing really good Thorns damage right now with Scavenge Plating. Oof. Should not have eaten that attack. We're definitely dying on this character. I do not have the brain for hardcore. But yeah, Abdonia's Ego, in short, is a wand. It consumes power charges, and it gives you a buff where you get a massive amount more elemental damage. It's just elemental damage scaling. The thing about this wand is the buff snapshots. So you can put on an entire set of gear that's balanced around min-maxing this buff, and then get, you know, 500% more damage. I wasn't making that number up. It's like 560-something% more damage, I think, with how we've min-maxed it with the quality and the gear sets. And it was able to turn Elemental Thorns into something that's, like, usually pretty mid to something that's one-shotting Group Uber Arbiter. If you were to use that setup we use for my Thorns build, with any caster skill or any elemental skill in the game that can use wands with it, it would be doing billions of DPS. If you did that on a traditional Spark cast on crit Comet build, it would be reaching billions of DPS. We were reaching almost a billion DPS with fucking Thorns. So using a real build with it would just, it's fucking stupid. It is a very, I think everyone can agree probably that that type of snapshotting should not exist in the game. Now, it does come with, like, a lot of hurdles. You're having to carry around 2 sets of gear. You have to do this swap at the beginning of every map. So, a lot of people just won't interact with that, clearly. So, that's, like, a balance point in itself. But I think from a fundamental standpoint, most people agree that you shouldn't be able to use 2 sets of gear to snapshot a buff to do literally 500% more damage. It's just crazy. But it was a really cool tech. When Rabbit showcased it on the podcast first, because Rabbit did it first with Blade Zero, but when they did the snapshot, they did the bare minimum of the snapshot. They literally only just swapped a single body armor, and they didn't min-max the snapshot at all. And even in that build, he was doing, you know, close to 1 billion DPS. Imagine if Rabbit had min-maxed the snapshot with that build. He'd be literally doing like 5 to 10 billion DPS. It's like, that is unacceptable for this game. And that's impossible to balance around. Again, I think literally nobody will ever experience that exact setup again. Blade and I put 15 mirrors into min-maxing that, and it's probably gone. I assume it's just gone. But I just think the conversation's interesting. You should not be able to do that, in my opinion. As fun and neat as it was from a creative perspective. We might die here. This is scary. Might have to log out. Alright, we're fine. You still have the number of more Adonias gives you? I don't think so. I don't remember what it was. It was either like 356% or 500 and something percent. I can't remember what the final math Blade told me was. It was a fuckload, though. Exactly, Bigly. Like, you just can't leave that in the game, because if it stays in the game, more people will start abusing that. And then anything that's added in the future would have to be taken in, like, it just, you can't have it in the game. It's just bad from design perspective. It's super bad. It's cool. But, let's just say, let's remove the amount of value it's giving. Let's just say Adonias is only doubling your damage. It's not, you know, 10xing or 100xing or whatever you wanted to say about it. Let's say it only doubles your damage. Let's just talk about the idea of snapshotting a buff with 2 sets of gear. Ignoring how much balance, or ignoring the amount of... It's 273? Okay, never mind. Are you including the extra quality gains we got, though, last one? But yeah, if you remove how much power it's giving you, just the concept of, like, having 2 sets of gear and using it to snapshot a buff, I think shouldn't exist in the game. In my opinion. Yo, I want to get on that Miso beach farm life, though.
Should be the last beacon.
Maybe tomorrow we do a beach stream. But we do hardcore. We do hardcore instead, because we're tougher than Miso. Miso's too afraid to do it on softcore. Or on hardcore, I mean. So we do it on hardcore. We have to grind to level 16. I forgot about that. We need to grind to 16 if we want Crown of the Pale King for the boss, which we do. It's not about like whether we can or can't do it. We definitely can do the boss without Crown. I've done that plenty of times. It's more fun with Crown because of the attacks he does. There's a few one-shots you can do on him, potentially. Oh, I forgot to add Rapid Assault. We need Rapid Assault now. That'll help our DPS so much. Oh, right, with the double effect, it's 546. I knew there was a 500 number in there. Yes, with the doubling, it's 546. Yeah, that's crazy. 546% more damage. That should not exist. That absolutely should not exist. I think I skipped the fire boss. We need to make sure we do him. Yeah, tomorrow, if this character is not dead, we still might do a beach stream. A beach stream sounds fun. How long did Miso stay at the beach? Did he do the beach stream the entire day? I'm going to ask for his filter. I'm going to get it from him. And tomorrow we'll beach stream. And if we die today, we'll go beach stream early. I'm about the beat streams. Oh, are we dead? I need to get a new flask. Alright, one more level. We should be going for instant leech right now, actually. Let's go respect. Which beach stream? Is that staying in the first zone and get gear? Yeah, that's what Miso was doing. He never left the beach. He was farming for bisque gear and stuff like that. It looked funny. It's nothing cool. It's nothing cool. It's completely silly. I came for respec.
Nothing is set in stone.
There we go. And then this gives us Resonating Shield. Oh, I don't have those. I forgot you can't use Resonating Shield with bucklers. That's fine. Missing Dex.
How can I? Nothing is set in stone.
Okay. That's crazy, last one. Yeah. It's, like, hard to balance the game when you have modifiers like that doing shit in the game. Especially when, like... How are you going to have that much multiplicative damage when you want the top end of life to be, was it, like, 24 million for tier 3 bosses? Like... That ain't good. Gotta remember I need an armor break now. Until we are Warbringer, then we'll be free of armor breaking. Okay, we're gonna re-clear the place from the top. Hopefully we're level 16 by the time. Hey, what's up, Protag? How you doing, bro? I think it might be better for the game to move away from multiplicative scaling and everything go with hard point stats, with some exceptions. I don't know enough about math to, like, be able to answer that. I don't feel like there'd be a way, like, just off the top of my head, I have to guess it'd be really hard to just straight up remove all multiplicative scaling. I think that there's probably a lot of circumstances where the two kind of work well together, but maybe I'm, like, completely wrong. It just, some of the multiplicative scaling is just too big, that's for sure. But I can't speak to it. I don't know anything about the math of this game. I just play Thorns. The game maths for me. I just stand there. But I have no idea if you could just straight up remove it. Hey, later, Lachlan. You lurker.
First ones, hear
Oh, we didn't start it.
first ones, hear this.
Okay, we don't have Crown on, so we can't get the easy kill with the Fire Breath. Okay. Alright, half a level to go, and then we are good to progress to Act 2. Alright, we don't have the checkpoint. We reset at instance, so... I'm so ready for 0.5, though. I cannot wait for this patch, you guys. I don't want to play Diablo 4. I just want to play this game. But I don't know what I'm going to do for 5 weeks, you guys. To be honest, I don't mind the price of gold cost in the campaign. What I mind is the cost of passive respecs in the campaign. I do not think passives need a gold respec cost to them at all. Like, I think if GGG completely removed the gold respec cost of passives, nothing from the game breaks, the economy doesn't get all crazy, and 99% of players just have a better time. There is no reason why that you need to be spending 1.5 million gold in late game to fully respec your character. And from a new player's perspective, you cannot afford to spend any money on gold or gear ever, because new players are changing their passives all the fucking time. So to me, the problem was not with, isn't with the cost of gear and gambling at all. Like, even the cost of trading is fine. It's purely my only problem with gold right now is passives. I have had friends who have bricked their characters in the campaign because they run out of gold and they can't fix their passives. And then in late game, it's literally over 1,000,000 gold. You think it adds weight to your choices or something? It does in the wrong way, in my opinion. I don't think it's a good choice. And, again, I guess my more issue is, how expensive it is. Literally, in late game, it scales to over 1,000,000 gold for a full tree respec. That is fucking nuts. That is nuts. That is so not, like, okay. I'm sure those who, like have messed around with a build and experimented with it have ran out of gold. Loads of times. Just wanting to try stuff out in late game. And if you need a gold cost, that's fine. It could be halved, at least. It could easily be halved. In my opinion. Oh, we got our helmet on. Perfect. We are finally thorning. We're finally thorning. Let's go die to this boss. I forgot to get exploit weakness to remove armor break, so that's the only thing I don't have going into this boss. I will probably go to town to get it. This is so much easier when you have the Crown of the Pale King. Once you have all of this, Thorns damage, Scavenge plating, and Crown of the Pale King, Thorns is playable. It's usually at this point, though. In a league start, you're not regularly going to get this online this early. So. Oops, I forgot I said I was going to go to town and get armor break removal. Oh well. Alright, let's throw versus Geonor.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill him, and you shall have everything I promise.
No noose this time.
I'll remove your head myself.
You are nothing but a tyrant. Easy prey.
Oop. He's stunned during our Scavenge plating buff, and because we can't remove it, we're not gonna... Okay, we phase them.
Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I expected so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who... Goodbye.
You manipulative whore. How dare you abandon me after all?
I've given you. You simp. You fucking Reddit mod. I don't want to face tank that without Scavenge plating. Okay, we have no Scavenge plating for the time being. He's probably going to phase. We need that armor break to fall off. Here we go. Are we going to die here? Nope. Nice, we killed him. Oh, I love Thorns during the campaign. was a fun one shot.
To clear your mind.
It was cool because, like, halfway through him breathing on himself, we broke the armor on Scavenge Plating, so you saw him taking a little bit of damage, but then when we got Scavenge Plating, his life just went... It was cool. The good dust. Where's she taking the beast?
I found
I want... Oh, no. I want to walk back to Pounce.
from the desert. Yes. Find her.
Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
As you wish.
I don't know why I waited. Ooh, those are actually good boots.
Clear Fell to make our preparations.
It seems shadow.
But we can till next time.
Alright, let's do a gear upgrade. As we're going into the next act. Let's look at level 16, Thorns Belts. A Divine. This is what I'm talking about. The gear is just so expensive to just play through the campaign. Because there's just like no gear on the hardcore auction house. We're going to buy this belt.
You've received a shipment.
Let me just see if there's a belt that's closer to level 20. That might be cheaper. Yeah, it's this one. Wait, this is the one we're at. Do I have the exalts for it? I do.
It's
Okay,
yours.
new belt. And then we need a new shield. One divine for that. Jesus Christ. I mean, we have to get a new shield because this one is like 1 to 4 damage. So even getting one of these ones is fine. This one's got max life, lightning res, chaos res. We'll take it for 3C. This hardcore trade market
Your lucky day.
is rough. Okay. Let's look at other stuff. We will probably initially use Dreadfist. So let's look at what Dreadfist costs. 4C, level 27. Get this one.
You've received a shipment.
So new gloves at level 27. Let's look at body armor. Thorns, physical damage, and let's do level 30. So we get up to 35 to 40. So it'd have to be one of these two at level 30 specifically that would replace Edrin's Tusk. There is the possibility that we go with Titan Rot instead, and we try and get over to Revenge. What's Colton Halt? Colton Halt. Well, with the Buckler, I can't use it with Resonating Shield. What is this shit? Is there no... Oh, it's... Let's set the body armor. Oh, this shitty Buckler. I remember this thing. The problem with Bucklers is you can't use Resonating Shield with them. It has to be a shield. It can't be a buckler. So if I want... Oh, I could swap to it when I'm going Warbringer, though. I mean, it's just the easiest way to armor break. Like, there's other armor break options. This isn't very good. I remember when we first got introduced to this unique. I think this was in 0.4. It got added to the game. Just like on a base level for what it added to Thorns, it's like ass. But it is going to be good initially. And if we're going Warbringer, we don't need Resonating Shield anymore, which we're planning on doing. So this is actually going to be the first time this is actually ever going to be like not a shit option for me. So I'm hyped to use it. Sure. Yeah. Why not? Why the fuck not? It is a good, fun idea. Okay, we need to look at body armors, though. If we get this, how many passives do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 passives. So it's no time soon. Now, we could go for Titan Rot and lose some Thorns damage. Titan Rot is just like an absurdly good early game chess piece. It just has a fuckload of armor and it increases your strength. But I don't think it's worth doing if we don't have revenge. And we'd have to, like, do a very different... Like, we won't be able to get revenge anytime soon, so...
Can I help?
I wanted... Exploit weakness and spear stab. I forgot about Cloak of Flame. You're right. I forgot about Cloak of Flame. Cloak of Flame is actually not bad because it doesn't give the most Thorns damage. It's okay for this level. But what's great about Cloak of Flame is it's actually a very good defensive tool. Not only do, like, even in late game, Cloak of Flame is actually good in late game. 50% of physical damage taken as fire damage is a huge defensive layer. So yeah, that's a good... I completely forgot about Cloak of Flame. You're absolutely right. Completely forgot about Cloak of Flame. This is not a bad leveling option ever. Just because it A, helps you round out your resistance during the campaign, but B, gives you more damage. Yeah, Belly of the Beast is okay. There was something about Belly of the Beast that's bad, though. What was it? Oh, no. I'm thinking of a different armor. Look at Belly of the Beast. 3 Divines. 3 fucking Divines in hardcore trade. Yeah, Belly of the Beast is good, too. It's a solid option. This Belly of the Beast can have a nice Vow Cultivation. Ah, gotcha. This body armor, or this node specifically, changed how we played Thorns. We used to use Belly of the Beast and Cloak of Flame more. But now that you can, like... What ends up happening, because you play Thorns on your second character usually, it's not a good league starter. You start your character with this Anointed, and then you pass straight over here for Thorns Crit, and then Revenge. And you usually have Revenge by level 22 to 24, and at that point, a rare body armor with Thorns damage and high armor, or something like Titan Rot, is just more Thorns damage, and more defensives early on than those things. So, that changed how we gear Thorn usually, but given the current state of the market and my current economy, and the fact that we're doing Warbringer, we're actually getting to do a lot of goofy shit. I'm actually excited. I've never used this buckler, and it's been a few patches since I've used Cloak of Flame. I am fucking hype. Belly of the Beast can give flat armor. Oh, wow. You can get... one of the cultivations you can get to it is 5 to 10% of Thorns damage leeches life. So you can get even more Thorns leech stacked on top of this, or just completely skip Vengeance with that. I didn't even realize they added that cultivation this patch to it. What's funny is, though, like... Even if you got that extra flat armor added to it for a Thorns build, it's, like, significantly worse than, like, Brass Dome. Like, Brass Dome is just... When you get to late game, when you take into account that you can also get a Heart of the Well, that you gain physical damage from your body armor, something like Brass Dome that has over 3,000 armor, like, it's not just a big defensive tool, but it's also giving you a fuckload of Thorns damage. Make sure I'm fully straight away. Okay, so these are both 22. Awesome. This is 27. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Let's get... What is my currency situation? We have 10 divines.
Yes?
Let's buy a divine worth of exalted orbs.
I'll post it right away.
Okay, let's get, let's set the requirement to 22. Let's find rings with maximum life. And, I don't want a rare ring. That's a cool ring, though. Sure, we'll buy that ring. Let's just get our life and our resistances a little bit better. And... sure, we'll buy that ring. How good's our neck? It's got a bunch of strength and life on it, so it'll do for now. Okay. I think we are good for the next act. No, that's cool. Belly of the Beast is definitely a cool item. If I was playing like standard early or normal trade league, and my Thorns character was my second character, I would very heavily consider crafting a Belly of the Beast for it for leveling. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we have to leave the act. Sorry, space brain. Okay, so we've got armor break removal. And then around the time we hit level 22, we should be becoming a Warbringer, so we won't need Resonating Shield then.
The Countess has escaped with the beast.
I'm tempted. I mean, I was literally tempted to buy one and try and craft on it now. You're right. It is the most visually Thorns item. Well, Edrin's Tusk is also pretty visually Thorns too. Like Edrin's Tusk literally has like fucking like horns coming off of it, so it's kind of thorny. But yeah, Belly of the Beast is super Thorns. I'm excited, man. This is actually turned into, even though we're playing hardcore, this actually turned into a cool build setup. I haven't played Warbringer Thorns in a while. And we're playing with unique, so I haven't played in a while because we're poor. That's super cool. All right. All right, give me a second, guys. And then we will continue on into Act 2. All right. Let's get it. Level 22, here we come. So usually, when you get to this point, this is the hardest part about Thorns. On lead start, you're usually not going to have all this by this point because of the support gems. But once you have Barbs and Quill Bursts, you need Barbs and Bursts, which you get in Act 3 usually. This helmet, a reasonable amount of Thorns damage. Thorns is Brain off. And Scavenge Plating. At this point, though, it's free. Because I have the support gems early. Once I have my Ascendancy, though, should be very easy. Don't sleep on the Warbringer, y'all. Don't sleep on the Warbringer. Smith, overrated. Titan, overhyped. Shaman, what's that? We're Warbringer mains now, y'all. Alright, boss time. Let's see what our DPS looks like versus him. He doesn't have the best attacks for Thorns. Decent clear speed. Okay, we're tanky enough to face tank a lot.
It is done. I should return to the caravan.
All right. Let's rush to Warbringer. We are sprinting towards Warbringer now.
I am a remainer. Sweet the trail. Fight to the last.
I'm going to ask you guys an interesting question here. We're always talking about, like, what we want added to the game. I'm going to keep this subject narrow. We're going to talk about things that exist in the game that you're wanting to be updated. And let's start with skills. What are some skills in this game that you guys think are overdue for upgrades? And an example I can give is in 0.4, Whirling Assault basically became a brand new skill. And all they did was tweak the feel of the skill. And it went from being almost never used, only in like these weird projectile-based builds, to a standalone assault skill, an attack skill. So when you look at the current skills that are in the game, what do you think of that you go, ugh, this needs the Whirling Assault treatment? Spear of Solaris, that's a good example. That is a very good one. Spear of Solaris, yep. Spear skills, everyone immediately jump into spear skills. Explosive Spear? Explosive Spear is interesting because there are very good and viable Explosive Spear builds. So it depends on what they would change about it. But I agree that all spear skills, outside of Rake and Rapid Assault, are like the same variation of throw skill thing happens, you know? Throw spear, everything dies. So they are pretty boring. Spear of Solaris is a very good one, though. I think, but I've seen, I don't know, the reason why I bring up, I push back a little bit against Explosive Spear is because there are so many good versions of Explosive Spear builds, that means there are fans of those builds. So when you, like, if you were to rework Explosive Spear, anyone that likes the current build is going to be upset. And it is, I would not say Explosive Spear is a bad skill at all. It's got some very good builds that a lot of people do like. So reworking that one would definitely come with, like, you know, the side effect of the people that do play it don't like it. I'm surprised no one mentioned this one, but, well, I actually used Rain of Arrows, Moji Man, on my, what was it? My, Doomfletch Ritualist. I use Rain of Arrows for single targets, but you don't really use Rain of Arrows like you would think you would use it. And I think Rain of Arrows is designed the way it is because of how Supporting Fire is designed. What we all want Rain of Arrows to be is what Supporting Fire is. But you can't have Rain of Arrows being, you know, a screen-wide clearing effect, and then Supporting Fire keep its identity, you know? So I feel like that's why Rain of Arrows is, you know, not the theme we would think it would be, because Supporting Fire is the Rain of Arrows theme. I'm surprised nobody mentioned this one, though. They need to fix my boy Hex Blast. What the fuck happened to Hex Blast? They reworked Hex Blast in 0.2? And, what? What? I think the only people that use Hex Blast are in weird cast-on builds now. Hex Blast, to me, is something that is due for a fix. I've heard people complain about Fireball before. Fireball in most fantasy games is a weapon of mass destruction. Look at World of Warcraft, Fireball is the main single target skill. Look at Dungeons and Dragons, it's a mid-level skill that does a lot of damage and destruction. Fireball, it starts out, like, Fireball in this game is essentially Firebolt. It is like, it is not what you would expect from Fireball. So I actually agree from a theme perspective. Fireball definitely misses the mark. Fireball is more Firebolt than a ball. It's not doing this big fire explosion that, you know, Fireballs are known for. I think Fireball is good. Hex Blast is useless, just use Dodrae's Undoing. Yeah, yeah. Hex Blast, like... So, here's what I think happened with Hex Blast, is GGG was like, okay, we want Dark Effigy, like, if you're using Essence Trade and Contagion, and you needed to fix single target, right? Like, Essence Trade and Contagion is designed as the Chaos skill that clears, so you need something that helps them with single target. I think GGG was upset that Hex Blast was the default single target damage for Chaos dot builds, and it wasn't Dark Effigy. They really liked Dark Effigy, and they wanted Dark Effigy to be the single target variation for ED Contagion. You put your Chaos Dots up, and then you put Dark Effigy. But what was happening was people were using both. People were using all of it. People were casting Essence Drain, Contagion. They're using Dark Effigy to freeze the bosses, and then they were using Hex Blast as single target. So I think that's why they changed Hex Blast, was to, like, separate the identity for, like, how you do single target as Chaos builds. But I think in the process, they just made Hex Blast one of the worst skills in the game. Now, do keep in mind, we are missing 4 classes worth of skills, and Shadow is likely coming with something Chaos related. Or Assassin, whatever it's called. So, keep that in mind. That Hex Blast might be saved by future skills, but I think it's due for a rework. Well, so that's the only situation you see Hex Blast used right now, last one, and I agree with you. That's where it's meta, is people use Hex Blast and cast on crit builds. Or, yeah, and cast on crit builds, I think. And it does insane single target. It's just not as reliable right now as Comet. But, like, there's a very real world where Hex Blast just replaces Comet in future builds, depending on how, like, the builds end up archetyping out. But Hex Blast is competitive with Comet for sure. It's just... I don't think Hex Blast should be designed to be an enabled cast-on type stuff. Let me make sure I didn't miss any comments. I would say rework infusions in general makes me not want to play a single one of those spells. Agreed. I crashed out on the podcast a few weeks ago. It was like a month. It was during the Second Win Private League. It was my very first time playing with infusions, and I played infusions with a Witch Hunter. I was playing a Culling Strike Witch Hunter using bows, and there are no infusion passives on the bottom side of the tree, which just made that experience so awful. I think even to this date, my single worst experience I've had in Path of Exile 2 was playing with infusions. I fucking hate infusions. Infusions are only okay when you have them automated. There's something different about... Yes, charges and glory are both annoying, but there's something about infusions that's just more annoying. Like, if the reason I don't like infusions is if I want to play just Spark. Like, Spark as a theme is just cool. I want to send out these little lightning balls, and I want to scale lightning balls. But the way GGG has designed Spark is it just functionally does not do enough damage on its own. You are required to use cold infusions with it to make it a cold Spark that giga amps its damage. If it was like there was the ability to use any of the 3 infusion types, lightning, cold, or frost, to scale that skill, I'm fine with that. But with the way it's designed is, if you want to play Spark, especially from level 1, you are required to play Spark with Frost Bomb, farming Frost infusions, making you do Cold Spark. You are forced down that archetype. Force. There is no choice. If there was flavor to it, to where, like, I was doing lightning infusions with it to make it shock faster or chain more, or I'm doing fire infusions with it to make it do ignite damage or something, or cold that does, like, you know, extra hit or exposure on it or something. Like, if all 3 variants were available, that'd be cool, but you're literally forced into playing only cold. And if you're not putting cold infusions on Spark, like, they mathed it out in a way that you just don't do enough damage. It's until you're like giga late game, of course. And late game, you know, there's so many damage multipliers that you can get it. But I'm just talking about, like, for the base leveling experience. It's really bad design, in my opinion. It doesn't give you choice. That was some good dams. I really hate infusions. I don't like charges either. I think charges are pretty bad. I agree that Spell Totem is something that is a very big miss, in my opinion. I think Spell Totem is a very big miss.
Maybe she knows what's going on.
I don't know what they should change it, but this iteration I don't like. Frost Darts is a really cool skill. I really like Frost Darts. It is a fun single target skill. My favorite caster build I've played has probably been a cast on crit build where I was using Frost Darts and I had cast on crit and cast on ailment both also casting Frost Darts. So I was just machine gunning Frost Darts. It's a Frost Darts is really fun. Those are some good answers. I might turn that discussion into a YouTube video because those are all very good skills that I think are due for an overhaul. Is there anything else anyone's thinking of? Any spirit gems? You guys think of any spirit gems that are like completely unused for you? Let's look at them real quick. I'm not sure how minion players feel about Grim Feast. I used it in my Iron Ward loot build, but I don't know if regular minion players are using it. Herald of Ash. Herald of Ash fucking it needs an update, that's for sure. Caltrops is pointless. You should go look at Caltrops builds. Caltrops might not be fun for you, and I agree. I don't like Caltrops builds, but Caltrops builds are very good. They can do they can do all content. Caltrops is very good as a and people love that archetype. So you couldn't get rid of Caltrops. That is a build that exists and people love, and it does scale. Herald of Ash, I literally only put it on because it looks cool. It absolutely looks pretty. But that is the only reason I put it on. For sure. Let's see here. Is there any spirit? Ravenous Swarm. I forgot about Ravenous Swarm. I don't think I've ever effectively used this skill in a build outside of I think at sometimes I use it to apply poison to just get an extra target for Dark Effigy. I think that's the only time I've ever used Ravenous Swarm. And at one point I just optimized out of that so I didn't have to waste 30 spirit on that. I think Ravenous Swarm is complete dog shit. I don't know how I feel about Bark Skin. Elemental Invocation's cool. I've never used Lingering Illusion myself, so I can't say if I think it's bad or not. What's Alchemist Boon? I've never used that. I'm sure there will be a build for it someday. So don't rework that. Everything else seems fine to me. The two red flags to me are Ravenous Swarm and Herald of Fire, or Herald of Ash. Briar Patch is shit. I don't know what the point of Briar Patch is. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use Briar Patch well. This might be the least used spirit gem in the game. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use Barrier Invocation. I think I've seen someone use it before in 0.2 or 0.3. It might be due for an overhaul. I would definitely say it's a weird one. It's just something like this might get cool with future builds. So it's that's why this is future build. I don't think Berserk costs too much. I've actually functionally used Berserk in a lot of builds. Berserk's only 30. I think you're thinking of the other one, which is what I thought you were talking about too. Whatever the other rage, Berserk. Maybe I was reading the wrong one. Where's the other one? Where's the other rage one? The 100 cost rage one. Which one's that called? I don't remember what it's called. Eternal Rage. Eternal Rage costs a lot, but I think both of these are rightfully cost. If you've ever played Rage builds, those two are very good when used well together. I think they're appropriately costed. If anything, I think Eternal Rage is too cheap. I honestly think these ones cast on crits, the 100 spirit ones, they should be a percentage of your spirit, 40% of your spirit, like companions. Because they're really good. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe it was the Demon Comet loot builds. I remember. Well, to me, I don't even know if you need more AOE on Caltrops, but I think the cap should be increased. Where's Trail of Caltrops? It's a tier 2 gem. I think the cap on Caltrops is 12 or 16. What is it? It's super low. It's 25. And you can get a little bit higher with quality. At some point, with enough projectile stacking, you're basically dropping the cap every dodge roll. Like, I feel like the cap should be scalable to like 50. Because you're always like, you're never leaving caltrops on the ground. And that's my biggest issue with the play style. Is at some point you're just like, yeah, I don't know. But I haven't played caltrops since 0-2, so. Alright, let's go back to playing the game. Sorry guys, random discussion. I like talking about that kind of stuff, though. Those are all good points, though. A bunch of skills that were brought up are really good. Yeah, those were all good answers. Alright. Let's go kill Babala, kill Jamin Ra, and then we become a Warbringer. No, Lex D talks about it on our podcast. If you haven't seen the episode with Lex D of the podcast I do with Miso and Rabbit, there's a functionality of Herald of Ash where it spreads Ignite or something. It says in the wording, I forget how it reads. That doesn't even work. Like, so Herald of Ash is just functionally like either misleading in its text or just never worked. Herald of Ash sucks. I would be happy if that got touched up. And I feel like if we're getting Marauder and Axes, there's a good chance they touch up Herald of Ash. I mean, I'm not saying Herald of Ash is completely useless. If you do enough damage, you know. But a lot of the time, it's just a visual aid. It just makes the game look pretty. I also, in general, I have mixed feelings about Spirit right now. I'm not sure I have I don't know how I feel about Spirit Gems in general. I think there's just something fundamentally wrong with them. For those that haven't played PoE 1, in PoE 1, the way like those type of support gems work, or gems work, is they reserve a percentage of your mana or your life. And what ends up happening is somebody in that game will, like, make a build to where they only use life, so then they can reserve all of their mana for buffs. Or they only use mana and energy shield, and they use all of their life for buffs. And GGG was trying to solve that by adding a third resource called Spirit for these gems. And I don't think the balance is right in terms of cost per spirit for a lot of these gems. And I don't know what needs to change to fix that. But there are certain spirit gems, like, first of all, Spirit barely is a resource for a lot of these builds. You consistently see builds pushing 500 plus Spirit with no investment. Like, it just, like, very cheap items. You're seeing the expensive Spirit builds pushing over 1,000 Spirit. Well, the problem with Spirit as well is it's also attached to minions. So if you just like did a flat nerf to the value of Spirit on items, you have to look at what that does to minion balance. So then you do you like nerf the cost of all minions by half? Like, when I look at something like Cast on Crit and how much power it provides, it should cost way more. Way fucking more than 100 Spirit, right? If you had 100 Spirit in minions versus 100 Spirit in Cast on Crit, which is more powerful? The scale is nowhere near balanced, right? It's like way skewed. The value you get out of that 100 spirit, which is very easy to get for cast on crit, can do millions of DPS. So you need a world where minion builds can scale to 1,000 plus spirit, because let's be honest, we want minion builds to have lots of minions. That's just cool as fuck. So I genuinely think the solution is, I proposed this on the podcast twice now, some spirit gems. Have you used companions before? Companions cost a percentage of your spirit. They cost anywhere, I think, from 20 to 40% spirit of your spirit. So if you have 1,000 spirit, it's going to cost 400% of it, or 400 of it, to use a companion. I think that's how spirit gems should cost. Some cost 80. Excellent. Excellent, then. I think that's what absolutely needs to happen with cast on crit and cast on builds. I think they absolutely need to cost a percentage of your spirit. I think 100 spirit is a big problem. It's just... How can you ever, how can you ever balance cast on crit when it's that cheap? Like you said, literally, the base scepters give 100 spirit. A lot of the late game ones give over 200 spirit, though. And that's without putting the runes in it that give, the socketable in it as a percent increased spirit on it and stuff. Like, I think they absolutely need to rework how spirit gems work, and I think every single one of them needs to transition to a percentage of base spirit or something. Or at least the more complicated, expensive ones. Do. Because I don't understand how you're ever going to balance some of these spirit gems without just putting a giga cost on them. But we already have an example of, like, companions. Let's be honest, guys. Every single one of us, if a companion costs 30 to 100 spirit, right? 30 to 100 spirit, every single one of us would be putting companions in all of our builds. Absolutely, right? Companions would be permanently meta for basically every build if they cost anywhere between 30 and 100 spirit. But they're not in 99% of builds because they cost a flat amount of spirit, a percentage to spirit. So, well, even when they were really good, not every build could fit in companions. Not every build could fit in companions when everyone was running the haste aura. Even there was a lot more people who were running haste aura then, but it was on builds, like every build that I was doing it on was always builds where like most of my spirit wasn't even being used for anything that matters. But like a caster build that's like pushing 1,000 plus spirit, like they were never really caring about companions that often. I'm sure the Giga min-maxers were, the sweaters were, but companions were never like everywhere, right? Cast on crit is like the final stop for basically every caster build right now. And that also just kind of goes back to the discussion of is crit the problem and not cast on, but I think other cast on builds have shown that they're really good too. Cast on ailment's not bad, so I don't know. I think some spirit gems need to get the companion effect. But yeah, I did. The only times I've ran companions has always been for haste aura, which I completely get why GGG removed that from the game. That was just free. That was just so much free power for both mobility and, you know, actions, attack speed.
Let battle be joined.
In general, just talking about companions, when we went back, let's go back to the conversation of things that this game needs to rework. I think companions are fucking awful.
Step back while I open the gate.
Why can't you trade them? That's the biggest thing to me. Like, I never want to farm them. Farming them is ass. The log out resets you have to do to farm them is two. Like, I can't do that every league. They need to either make it to where you can sell them on trade, or just a better way of farming them. I mean, that's another conversation we've had on the podcast, Samurai, is the fact that it's so easy to get, like, in PoE 1, you can only get 1, maybe 2 6 links usually, sometimes a third. But in PoE 2, literally every skill in the game is 6 linkable. So maybe one of the solutions GGD might visit is you just can't put extra sockets in cast on skills. It gets 2 sockets and that's it. I'm not sure. That doesn't sound like a fun balance option. Because I don't think cast on should be bad. Like, the archetype is cool and fun for a reason. It's just too good. I don't want to do this. Yeah, I mean, they could dramatically reduce the type of support gems you can put in it. Literally only put, like, meta gaining spirit support gems into it. That would be a good start, for sure. Make it more about spamming the flat spell. So if you put a damage skill in it, it has to be, a base damage skill. Or something you're scaling with, like, other things, like projectiles outside of it or something. Maybe I'm just overcast on because I've seen it so much, though. And also keep in mind, a lot of what makes cast on crit super meta is Blood Mage and Oracle just being so build enabling for cast on builds. I feel like there are a lot of type of runes, but I feel like, I mean, we've talked about on the podcast, runes all the time. Even on Talkative Try's, like, collab video he did not long ago, what I talked about was runes. I just think runes don't drop enough at all in the game at all. I think we need more blank runes in the campaign, too. I think we have enough types of runes, and I'm sure more will get added over time. I just think we don't get enough during the campaign, specifically. Alright. We're not level 22 yet.
Ah, yes. The horn of the Vestiri. I know the tale. The aim. You have your orders.
I mean, that's the main thing people want from runes. That's, like, the biggest issue is solving runes and resistances during the campaign. That's what everyone's wanting to solve, so... Alright, let's grind until level 22 so we can put this gear on, and then we're going to go get our Ascendancy.
This barren place holds an essence of water. Perhaps it is beneath the sands. Fear will best you!
Okay. Almost level 22. A little bit of over a level to go. I believe it's pretty confirmed that the campaign is getting a lot of updates to it. Like in terms of zones. And GGG has said in the past that every zone was supposed to have a boss. And there are quite a few zones that don't have a boss in the campaign, so... I know a lot of people are like, will we get Act 5, Act 6? I'm currently leaning no. But I think the main campaign we currently have will be getting lots of updates at the minimum. Whether that's balance changes, layout changes, adding some bosses in some places. It would be nice if we got rid of the interlude acts. I personally do not like the interlude acts. From a gameplay perspective, I think some of the bosses are really cool and challenging, but like just I'm tired of doing them. I don't know. I dislike the main campaign. I actually quite enjoy it. It's just, the reason why I'm iffy on the map situation is... Act 6 is supposed to be a short act. And I'm pretty sure it's not coming until... I mean, I'm not pretty sure, you know, this is all speculation, but if I were to guess, it's not coming until 1.0. And I don't know if they're going to want to drop Act 5 and Act 6 separate because of that, if Act 6 is supposed to be short. I'm not ruling out Act 5, just straight up replacing the interludes. But I feel like they would have to, like, do some number tweaking if they did that. In terms of, like, XP ranges. I am way more confident we are getting a new class than we are getting a new act, that's for sure. Like, if I had to put money on one, it would be a new class for sure. But I could be completely wrong. I am talking out my ass. Talking out my ass. Alright, as soon as we're level 22, we'll go do our Ascendancy. I mean, we could do our Ascendancy now. I've done the Ascendancy trial at level 18 with Thorns, so it's not needed. I just want to put the new gear on, because I want to use that buckler. God damn it, stupid boss. I just wanted the easy chest. Trying to think, is there anything else that I'm dying to talk about for 0.5? We talked about all the skills that could be updated. What are your guys' thoughts on Roa? Have any of you Roa'd this patch? I've only ever played the Righteous Fire Roa build, so... Is Roa still a thing? Or is it gutted? I don't know, let me ask you this, MF, Anakin, Nile. GTA 6 has been delayed 4 or 5 times now. Have you lost any faith in Rockstar's ability to deliver on that product?
Did they really need all this to prove their faith?
It's getting delayed because they want it to be better. Like... What, like, how do I lose trust in the company that's, like, delaying it, saying, hey, this product's not ready yet, we're going to delay it so it's good enough for you? Like, the terms using that, like, you're saying, like, you're losing trust in GGG, that is a very... Like, losing trust in GGG is, like... when they, like, consistently deliver turds to you, like Diablo, like, consistently did for a while. Like... Even as much of a letdown as 0.4 was, it's still a fantastic-ass patch. Like, I have lost no trust in GGG. They have failed, they have not yet to fail to deliver a good enough product for me. Like, missing deadlines is a part of this. Like, every single one of your favorite games out there has experienced delays. There's not a single product out there that is made like this that hasn't been delayed. And most people who play PoE 1 were happy with those delays. Outside of the big gap between when PoE 2 was being developed. Most people want a better product, not a rushed, unfinished turd. If it doesn't meet GGG's quality of standards, why do you think it would meet ours? If you want to say, hey, GGG, stop giving dates that you can't commit to, that's one thing. But to be like, I am losing trust in them, like, that's ridiculous to me. Losing trust in them because they said the product is not good enough, so we're going to take a little bit more time on it to ensure that it is. Like, oh, how dare they? Like, it's okay for you to, like, be annoyed at it, but, like, pushing it as far as I'm losing trust is just very, spoiled. Like Rabbit said. I'll use the word spoiled. I mean, I'm not coping, my guy. It's literally 4 months into the last league, and I'm still playing the game. I enjoy what's in front of me. It's quite possible that you just don't enjoy this game because it's not made for you, but there's no coping going on here. I'm still playing the league. The league that was, like, you know, had content cut from it. This is the league that had everything we wanted cut, and I'm still having fun playing it. Get out of the fire, dingus. Come over here. Jesus. We need more damage. Oh, I forgot to put on my level 22 gear. Shit. I leveled up and then put on the new gear. We need a lot more int. How much int do I have? Jesus, I need to drop a lot of strength to get enough int for Cloak of Flame. Let's do that. Okay.
I shall grant you
Burn the lady. I mean, like I said, Alfader, I think we can all agree that GGG should just stop saying deadlines. They should tease what's coming and never say it's next patch or the patch after that. Just be like, hey, this is what we're working on, and it'll be in your hands when it's done. But they have, like, they don't fail to meet expectations. They don't, like, under-deliver on their products, you know? It'd be a completely different discussion if they were shitting the bed with the content, but
nothing is set in stone.
I don't believe that they are personally. Oops, that was way too much int to swap. Okay, we have Cloak of Flame now. It's not a lot more Thorns damage, but it's going to be a nice defensive layer. What is our resistances at now? 71, 46, 20? Okay, interesting. We don't have a Resonating Shield now, so I need to swap to... I think there is a Primal skill I can use now that breaks armor? Yes. This isn't going to be the best, but it'll at least make us not have to use Armor Break 3, Armor Breaker, or... something like that. So, we'll give this a shot. Let us see how this goes. Exactly, Cypher. Like, the delay, like, it's not like some weird, like, systematic math process of crapping out a game, right? Like, it's a creative process that, it doesn't matter, like, if you were to design a system, let's just say you had the best system designer completely map out a system with every single reward breakpoint, every single difficulty breakpoint and stuff, and he did his best to, like, predict exactly how it would be. You get it coded out and you get it in-game, there's going to be things you didn't think of that's like, okay, this doesn't actually work. We need to completely recode this. It's also missing this, so we have to come up with a new way to, like, add this feature to the system. Like, there's always things that, like, come into that, like, GGG should have just never... If they weren't actually 100% ready to commit to the 4-month cycle, they should have just never said that. But I almost guarantee you that when Jonathan said that, he, like... 100% believed that they were going to be able to commit to that, and then when they got to this moment, they realized that, the patch wasn't ready. And they didn't meet their personal quality standards. I mean, I'm not even replying to you anymore, Anakin. None of this was to Twitch chat. Your drool is no longer being processed by me. Oh, we want to keep the gloves on us. Alright, let's go. It's fine to be frustrated with their communication strategy, but they do deliver when it comes to content. I mean, it's fine to have complete, like, they need to completely stop delivering on, or saying anything about dates, but I'm not going to act like because they missed a deadline, which is just Development 101, that they are losing my trust! Like, calm down, my guy. It ain't ever that big of a deal. when they're delaying by 5 weeks to make sure the patch is better. Like, it ain't that deep. Hey, what's up, Folk? How you doing, bro? So what I just realized is it's a lot harder to play the block play style with parry than it is with Resonating Shield. So this is my first time actually playing parry in Sanctum. So that's making it interesting. I wonder how we're going to do. I think we'll be fine on Honor, but... No evasion. Damage when low life. I think that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I'm clearly not saying it's not a nothing burger. It is definitely something they, like, it's... But... It doesn't make me lose trust in GGG. I don't know, it's like... that's such a parasocial way of thinking about your relationships with a video game company. It's very weird.
Relish your mortality.
I mean, I don't know if they need to apologize for it. They just need to stop saying dates. Like, just stop setting expectations of dates and content. Just like don't ever say ever again when something's happening unless it's in the reveal streams. You can tease future stuff like, hey, we're working on this endgame update. We're hoping it's out this universe in this timeline, you know. But like, because they were like, we're hoping to have this out in 4 months, and then they didn't make that. Like, that doesn't like. How is my world so dramatically impacted to where I've lost trust with them? Like, I think if you want to make that argument about like the gap that PoE 1 players had to deal with whenever they went like almost a year with no updates, that's like a little bit more reasonable. But for this, it's like... At most, I'm just never going to believe them when they say timelines anymore, but this isn't going to impact what I believe is going to be delivered in terms of the final product.
Swift magnificence.
I mean, yeah, you can definitely say that they did lie. Like, they absolutely did. Or break the promise of the 4-month cycle. That absolutely did happen. But if that is like... if that is like the tipping point of what makes you lose trust with a company, then there's like very few video game companies out there that you will ever be able to enjoy a product from.
An oasis in the desert.
I don't know. I guess I guess it just comes down to why you think they delayed it. Like a lot of the people who are upset about the delay, like don't care about the reasons of the delay. They would rather the game be released today, right now, or whenever it was supposed to be released, with the problems that GGG is trying to avoid, which I find very weird. Exactly, Protag. Like, for them to keep that promise, it would be releasing with them knowing it's not ready. Like, I would rather I have more like respect for the company that's like, yeah, we fucked up. We're not going to give you a shit product, unfinished product. We're going to give it, you know, more weeks of work, like, than, you know, the WoW approach of, like, look at how this retail expansion launched. Almost everyone quit it within the first 2 weeks because of horrible class balance and game-breaking bugs. That is what happens when you have that, you know, that slop mentality. But again, I'm not debating that GGG needs to stop lying. Like, if it literally just comes down to they just gotta stop saying stuff, sure. But I much prefer this scenario. Look, because, and again, if you guys go back to the podcast for before Fate of the Vow, me and Rabbit were saying, even before Fate of the Vow, before we knew what kind of turd Fate of the Vow was, we were saying they should have delayed Fate of the Vow till January. When we learned we weren't getting the endgame rework, both me and Rabbit, even back then, were on board with a delay, before they had made all these promises and stuff. Like, so even before the promises, I've had the mindset of, I don't care if they delay the game. So, I'm already biased in that direction anyways. I was a big proponent of 0.4 being delayed to make sure it had the endgame update. But Misa was like, no, they're not going to delay 0.4 because of the Christmas holiday. They will always release in Christmas. Which he was absolutely right. But I've always been a proponent of, I'm okay with delays if it makes the content better. My biggest problem right now is honestly not even the fact that it got delayed. If I was to be completely honest, the fact that they waited until now to tell us it was delayed. They've probably known for more than a month that it was, like, at least a couple weeks it was going to get delayed. So, I think they should have told us much sooner than, like, they told us literally right before we were expecting the next league to come out. Like, we were, like, expecting right now us to be getting the announcements, and it's delayed instead. So, again, that's a communication breakdown, but if you want to say all that's annoying and bad, but to me, the losing trust in them over this, I don't think so. This isn't like a trust loss to me. It's an annoyance for sure, but trust loss? Nah.
From a time long ago.
But also, to Gertis's point in YouTube chat, I've always been of the mindset that GGG has been developing PoE 2 like it's a released game and not an early access game this entire time. That's my biggest problem with how they develop. This game should be developed way differently. They treat it like it's done, though. So, I have other issues with how they operate more than this. I mean, I just think they should just never, until the actual reveal streams, they should never tease future info. Because, like, you can never know if something's going to get cut. Like, just giving my game dev studio is much smaller scale. We have 2 people on our team. Everything we do is so much slower and so much small scale. But for the last 2 months, I've been saying that this patch we're about to drop this week is going to have our update to our automation system. And if you would have asked me 2 months ago, I would have told you absolutely 100% this patch was going to have the automation system finishing it. It would take us another 2 to 3 weeks to finish the automation system from here, and that we've already delayed this patch by almost a month, so we've paused working on the automation system, and it won't be in this next patch, and it'll be in a future patch now. Like, this shit just happens. Like, sometimes a certain feature just isn't ready in time, and everything else is. So it's, do we delay for this one thing more, or do we ship without it? I feel like that is always a possibility, always. Like, that's just all, like, it's almost, like, no matter what you're talking about in terms of features for the patch, like, to have 100% certainty would mean it would have to already be done when you're talking about it, essentially. You would have to already have it finished. You wouldn't ever be able to talk about anything that is in active development. You could only ever talk about stuff that is literally shippable. Like, right now, we can ship it. They would only ever be able to talk about that, which, if you think that's the way it should be, I can't argue with you against that. Maybe that's how it should be. But,
Yes?
I can, like, almost guarantee you, if you were to go, like, if you were to ask Jonathan right now and be like, hey, when you said these things, like, what percentage chance did you think those things were going to be happening? Almost not all of the time, he's probably at, like, a 95 to 100% chance. Like, I doubt he ever said the 4-month cycle thing if it wasn't something he 100% believed. Because there's, like, no way he was like, we're going to do the 4-month cycle, and he just, like made that up in the moment, right? Like, there's no way. Who knows, though? That's what I think both me and Darth Microtransaction meant, Protag, on the podcast when we said, like, when Miso said, I don't even remember how he phrased it, but the response Darth Microtransaction responded with was, but then you're asking for them to never communicate. Which is, like, essentially, like, that's just how development works. It's like, you would only ever be able to talk about stuff that is ready to ship. Because you just can't predict what's going to happen in 2 months. Under promise, over deliver, people would still find gripes, sadly. I mean, that's what I feel about it, too. Like, if GG just, like, under promise and over delivered, people would be complaining about them under promising. I don't know. I always try to remind people that I'm extra biased. So, I literally got into game development because I was sick and tired of how many shit companies were out there that was, like, clearly being ran by, like, suits that didn't play their games. And I know there are people who really fucking hate GGG, but I look at them as clearly one of the shining examples of people who do care about the game and the genre they're making. So, like, I just don't knee-jerk assume they're lying to me in these scenarios. Like, they're lying to us about all this stuff. It's like, no, they believed that they were going to make it through to this. It's just a broken promise, and broken promises aren't necessarily lies. They're just unfortunate. They're like, a broken promise isn't the worst thing in the world when the person who broke the promise was trying their hardest not to break it. If you want to dumb it down to as black and white a scenario as possible, then yes, you just say never break promises. You never say anything that you can't keep. But I feel like that's a much more boring way of communication. But it is a very split topic. If you go look at the comments on that podcast episode, I don't know if it's super split, like 50-50, but there are a lot of people on both sides of the argument where they're just like, I'm tired of GGG doing this shit. And then there are other people who are like, I'm okay with the delay. In fact, I welcome it, you know. So it's not like it's a, you know, one-sided discussion. Now, only if they would care about Thorns. I genuinely think there's at least one developer on the team that gives a fuck about Thorns. I don't know who it is, but every single patch, Thorns has leveled up massively and gotten new things for it. There hasn't been a single patch where Thorns hasn't gotten levels of upgrades, so I feel like there's somebody on their team that likes the archetype. Might just be one guy where Thorns is his, like, side passive project where he works on the side. But every single patch, we've gotten new upgrades, new uniques. 0.1, Thorns was very bare bones. It just had a few uniques and was only really playable on Witch Hunter. In 0.2, we got support gems that enabled us to play supports with attack damage. In 0.3, we got more Thorns uniques. And then in 0.4, we got more Thorns uniques plus Shaman. Shaman was a huge win for Thorns. Oh, I know, Minosuke, but my autistic ass just likes to talk about everything. Exactly. I mean, with you 100% there, Cruel Fates. Never break promise does not, like, the communication between the patches is absolutely ass. Like, not only do we never, like, they never tell us why they did balance changes. Like, we have no idea what's coming. There's just these huge gaps with no communication. Like, again, I feel like if they would have just, like, they probably knew it was getting delayed 2 to 3 weeks ago. And if they would have said it much sooner, I don't think anyone would be, like, near as upset. We're pretty unkillable right now, despite this budget Thorn set. But I don't know. I think they do everything wrong about patches, personally. I think they are really bad with patches. They don't communicate at all why things are getting patched. We never know when a patch is coming, usually, outside of the first 2. Like, there's just so many things that are, like, we just have no idea what GGG thinks about stuff because they just don't communicate between patches. But agreed to Minosuke. He says, as someone who has led development team, there will always be situations that warrant delays, and it's 1,000% better to communicate and put out a better product. Agreed. There's also the argument that, like, so something like, again, I work in a much smaller development team, and there is always, in our situation, because there's only 2 of us, there's always more work to be done on a patch. Like, no patch is ever good enough because we just have so much that needs to be done to make everything perfect, and there's only 2 people that can chip away at it. So in our situation, a lot of the times, it's like, we have to get the patch to where it's good enough to release, and not get it perfect. I don't think GGG operates in that world. I think GGG operates in a world where they want patches to be as good as humanly possible. I think they could have dropped 0.5 right now, and it would have been good enough, but GGG doesn't operate under, like, good enough standards. They want it to be great, and I think that, if you were to ask them why they delayed, that's why. It just wasn't good enough for their standards. I'm sure some stuff could have been cut to make the timing, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea how GGG feels about the Ziz interview personally. I definitely think that was, like, that most interviewers right now don't push back super hard on GGG, but I definitely think that the Ziz one was a little aggro at times. So, I don't know if they might, like, I would be shocked if they're avoiding Zizarin. Like, keep in mind that there are 1,000 different, like, creators out there that want interviews with these devs. Look at PoE 1. This last patch, only Jungron from the community got an interview with the devs. Like, I'm sure, like, you have, like, Ziz, Gazzy, DM, like, there's so many different PoE 1 podcasts that are all asking for interviews. So they're pretty limited, but in, like, who gets them. The Ziz interview was the very beginning of 0.2, yes. It was, like, a week or two into Dawn of the Hunt. Since then, we've, like, gotten a lot of Try and Destin interviews every patch, but they still do the player interview patches. It just seems very random. I completely feel absolutely different about that interview than you do. I think that was a horribly unprofessional and awful interview. Yeah, and I know a lot of people feel the same way as Alfader. I hated that interview Ziz did. I think it was the worst tone that we could have had for that patch. I think they needed to be pushed on questions, but the tone was... The community was on fire, and we needed a tone that was trying to bring everything down to a breathable level. And all that did was just, like, make things worse. It split the player base more. I really disliked that interview. The questions that were asked were good, but, even if you rewatch it now, it might, like, I'd have to rewatch it too, because again, a lot of what like, the splitness behind that interview was because of the tone of the community at the time. At the beginning of the Dawn of the Hunt, the PoE 1 community and the PoE 2 community were as divided as they possibly could be. Even now, when I look back on Dawn of the Hunt, I don't look on, like, everyone looks back at Dawn of the Hunt and they go, it's like a 3 or a 4 out of 10. Like, I still look at Dawn of the Hunt as an incredibly fun league to play. It just didn't have, like, a league mechanic with it. It was still a very good game at the time and a fun patch. But at that time, like, there was just so much, like, that was pre-Turris video. Like, that moment is what eventually led to the Turris video, was just, like, the amount of divide and anger that was caused in that community around that patch. Your average PoE 2 player didn't hate Dawn of the Hunt, but was made miserable by that tone at that time. And I remember a lot of people, and at least in my community at that time, were looking at the Zizarin interview to calm things down, and I don't think it did that. It just added fuel to the anger fire. Again, I'm not saying the questions were bad. It was. Let me see if that's the one. I mean, it has to be that one. I'm pretty sure Ziz has only done one, like, post-launch PoE. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this has to be it. Yeah. I'm not saying it was a bad interview, by the way. And like I said, the reason we went down this topic was because I said I don't think GGG's avoiding Ziz because of that interview. I just think there are so many people asking for interviews. Like, off the top of my head, I know the Path to Exile podcast has asked, Crimson Cast has asked, Ziz has asked, Gazzy and DM have asked, all the other smaller PoE 2 podcasts, like Zero Point Flux has asked, Blazeworks has asked, like, I'm sure there are so, and now that Jungroan has been gotten his interview at, like, you know, outside of like a podcast type format, interview type format, like, there are just like this, like, so many players and media outlets want interviews that, like, I don't think anyone is particularly being avoided per se. But I have no clue. Oh, sorry, but what started that conversation was after that interview is when they started doing only the Destin and Try interviews, is what triggered that thought, to be a little bit less pushbacky. What started that conversation was I do think that Ziz was a little bit too pushy in that interview. I do think it wasn't too pushy, but it was a little bit too pushy. So maybe you're alright with that statement, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Is it worth grinding a new hero with that thorn damage? Can you even kill the Uber with that? I mean, yeah, I've cleared so much of the game with thorns. Go look at my YouTube channel, Endrin, and look at my recent YouTube video. One-shot Uber Arbiter with thorns. Uber Group Arbiter. Well, my issue with Dawn of the Hunt is GGG's, like, again, it's been my problem with this fucking early access the entire time. I remember very early on in the interview, specifically Protag, Zizarin literally stops Jonathan from talking as, like, it was very confrontational out the gate. Whether you want to say disrespectful, we can debate, but it was absolutely confrontational. And that would be the reason why someone at GGG's PR team would, in theory, not want him back. But again, like I said, I absolutely don't think that's the case. I'm sure Ziz is going to get a billion more PoE 2 interviews. Well, there's a problem with it, Protag, when he was speaking for the community in that moment, but he was only speaking for half of the community. Like, I completely disagree with the take that the entire PoE 2 community was in flames during Dawn of the Hunt. It was only the PoE 1 community that was in flames, that had expectations for what a league should be. Your average PoE 2 player thought Dawn of the Hunt was just fine. Like, no one was looking at Dawn of the Hunt from the PoE 2 Andy perspective and was, like, freaking out that Dawn of the Hunt was the worst patch ever. So it was not addressing, like, how half of the community felt, which is why that interview ended up being so controversial and feels so confrontational. I mean, I'm talking about exactly how I felt when I watched that interview as a PoE 2 player. Like, I'm not making this up. Like, this is my perspective when that interview happened. Like, I thought it was absolutely the wrong tone for what was needed at that time. literally every one of my YouTube comments, everywhere you went at the beginning of the Dawn of Hunt was just pure toxicity about PoE 2. Like, it was like anywhere you went was like a content creator going out of their way to like make the game look as bad as possible. Like, Dawn of the Hunt was a lot of like weird shit going on where it was like making the game just seem like it was so poorly delivered. And I'm not saying Ziz was adding to that. That was just the tone of, you know, the loud Redditors and the loud content creators that lead into that stuff. And in a lot of ways, that interview did not help that situation at all. In my opinion.
Thank you.
Stay in sight.
Because that energy was rolling into, Abyss. Because a lot of people like to pretend that 0.3 in Abyss, like, everyone, like, from the jump was, like, happy-dory. But the first week of Abyss, like, if you go watch the podcast with Taka to Try, his first podcast into Abyss League, Locahall and Dreamcore both said that they thought that the overall PoE 1 community hated Abyss League for the first week and a half until the tourist video happened and all the, like, clip channels started changing and stuff. Like, the vibe going into, throughout all of Dawn of the Hunt and into the first week of Abyss League just carried that, like, aggressiveness that just never left. It wasn't until all of that fallout and the clip channels adjusted that all that started to shift. Exactly. I mean, like that's what I'm talking about. Elements Hike just said, first time playing PoE with PoE 2, didn't even know about leagues before 0.3, loved 0.2. Like, the average PoE 2 player was having a good enough time with PoE 1, and there was, like, again, there was just a big split. There was a big divide in the community at that time. And, I feel like that interview was only speaking for half of the audience, which is fine.
This goes against
But
everything the Ezamites stand for.
again, like I said, this conversation started with the idea that Ziz, like, the interviews changed. The interviews GGGs are willing to do changed from that Zizarin interview. And I am disagreeing with that premise. But if that premise does, if that is why they've changed how they've done their interviews, it would be because of exactly what I'm saying, that it was too confrontational. But they just had Jungron interview in 3.28, so, like, I seriously doubt. I would seriously doubt that's the case. I think that's more about the echo chambers we found ourselves in. I mean, back then, I wasn't in an echo chamber. Like, back in 0.2 and 0.3, what led to the tourist crash out was the fact that I wasn't, like, I was watching everybody and everything back then. When I first got into PoE 2 content creation and, like, was new to the community, I didn't know who the bad actors were, I didn't know who the doomers were, and at that time, Talkative Try and, like, Blaze and a lot of other content creators were trying to do, like, this thing where, like, we need to merge the PoE 1 and PoE 2 communities because there's, like, too much tenseness, there's too much, like, confrontation and shit-talking between the two of them. So during that era, I was trying to literally watch everybody so I could just know what everyone was saying, know, yeah, like, I wasn't putting myself in an echo chamber there. I was doing the opposite. That's what led to the tourist crash out, was because I was listening to all these people that I just violently disagreed with. And then ended up removing a lot of those people from my sub feeds, stopped watching a bunch of them and stuff. So that's part of why I know it was a split feeling at that time. Like, But again, I'm saying that I genuinely do not believe that they changed their interview style because of the Ziz interview. I don't think it was, like, an awful enough... Like, I'm literally not saying that at all. So... But it was confrontational. Did I get the note? I did not. I mean, that's essentially just what's happened to, like, my subscriber, Free Rendar, is, like... I would say I definitely... Like, I'm not even more of an echo chamber now. Like, it's so funny. Like, there are many times where I'm talking to Miso and Rabbit, and I'm like, what do you guys think about this guest on the podcast? And they're like, yo, are you out of your mind? This person did this, this, and this. They're super, like... transphobic, yada yada yada. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. I don't really, like, I don't consume the content on that level anymore. I just kind of, like, surface level watch the community now. I really only watch buildmate content now. Because, yeah, we're not going to do another tourist crash out. I'm going to watch the content I want to watch, and I avoid... If you don't like the game, that's fine. I'm not going to shit-talk you. But I don't need to, like, put myself into a world where, like... There was very much this, like, tone that we were, like, that was trying to be set that, like, we need to make it, like, where the two communities agree and exist. And I was, like, everyone was very much trying to interact with both communities. And I think now most people realize that for a lot of the player base, the average PoE, like, especially after a lot of the PoE 2 player base that's tried PoE 1, the average PoE 2 player does not want to play PoE 1. I can't say that's the same for the inverse, or if it's such a loud minority of the PoE 1 community that doesn't like PoE 2. It's hard to tell. But it does not seem like there's too much first-time PoE 2 players that go and play PoE 1 and stick with it. There's some, but it's not like you're ever going to make the two communities, like, one, you know? The games are different enough that they're going to have, you know, 1.5 audiences with each other. Get Quinn on before 0.5? I doubt Quinn would come on our podcast. Not sure. I know we got Rax and Captain Lance both down to come back on soon. So they're definitely coming on in the lead up to 0.5. I want to try and get Guy That Dies on. I just don't know if now is a good time, or we, like, try and get him on closer to a race. He did just win the most recent race, but, like, now people are already thinking about 0.5, so it's like, is the timing a little off, or should we just get Guy That Dies on? I don't know. I mean, I think that's dumbing it down a lot, Protag, 100%. I fully disagree with the fact that I got baited by clip channels. It was much more than that. I completely disagree with the argument that a lot of them like to make that, like, 1% of the time I'm crashing out, so that's what you're judging me for. Yes. Like, if you are clipped enough times saying that stuff, you're not rage baiting. That's you being, like, genuine to a point. Like, I fully, like, disagree with the idea that the entire tourist crash out was, like, unjustified, that none of those creators were leaning into the coolness of hating on the game at the time. That all of them weren't being like, they were just acting it up because they're acting on like, no, like a lot of those people, especially the ones in those clips were in repeat clips. Like, I absolutely did get rage baited to an extent, and I was definitely in the wrong. I'm not saying that, but I completely disagree with the argument that sometimes some people make that I was rage baited and these people don't actually feel that way. Because they were most certainly, a lot of the time. Like, it was like, you can't get clipped that many times shitting on the game and shitting on the development team. And it'd be like, oh, it's an occasional crash out, you know? Like, I don't buy that. Especially when I am being judged so heavily by my crash out, right? Like, crash outs are real. Those aren't just like, you know, them playing it up for the viewers all the time. Some of them, sure. But it's also, like, when we're not naming creators, it makes it more awkward. Because everyone always assumes I'm talking about, like, you know, someone like Alkaiser or something. Clearly, I'm not referring to someone like that. I'm clearly talking about, like, the Rutus of the world and shit. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be not, like, forgiven or whatever or judged for their crash outs, but when I hear rage bait, like, in the terms apply, like, and how people play, like, dance around the rage bait stuff, it's like, almost like, you don't understand, they're playing it up for their audience. It's like, no, a lot of these crash outs were real and in the moment for them. They're frustrated and they're lashing out. But part of it is them leaning into the awkward, extra hate at the time. I strongly believe that I was not, just fully rage baited by clip channels. Because a lot of it at the time, I remember, like, this was a frequent thing at the time. Like, Rabbit used to talk about this on the podcast. He specifically brought this up on the podcast multiple times, that very frequently, especially in 0.1 and 0.2, people would come to his stream and be like, wow, you're actually one of the few content creators who isn't shit-talking this game all the time while streaming. It's not like those people were coming from clip channels to Rabbit's channel and thinking like, wow, all these clip channels of all these other streamers were like, they're coming from their stream. So, like, well, if that's the genuine take from most of the creators pro tag, where, like, these people didn't realize how much the perspective was skewed, that's, like, also on them. Like, I find it, like, I just refuse to believe that. No, I refuse to believe that. Like, I remember very specific clips from, like, big content creators, like, it's very obvious they're leaning into the hate into the moment because it's playing into what the chat wants to hear. Like, you can't be acting that way, but then being surprised that people think you hate the game when it's, like, consistently happening, right? Like, I'm not willing to give the creators the full-on ignorance card that they're trying to play it off as. The viewers, rather. Or whoever it is. Can I tank that at all? No, I can't. This is a stupid fight to be having this kind of yap session on. When I'm playing low damage Thorns. Let me finish this fight and I'll read what you said, Protag. And I'll read what you said too, OGS, sorry. I am in the middle of the slowest Thorns fight ever. Half his attacks don't even hit you. I'm like standing still, and he's literally like, what is happening here? Would you hit me, fool? This is the worst Thorns fight in the game, in my opinion. The absolute worst. We go so long without being hit! Help! Help! Alright.
Enough tricks. They won't get away this
And, like, I do want to add to this. Like, both, again, on Talkative Try's podcast at the beginning of 0.3, to me, two people who are very, very grounded in the PoE1 community is Dreamcore and Lolcohol. Both of them said at the beginning of that podcast that Try did that they thought the exact same things I thought, that the overwhelming majority of the PoE1 creators hated the game, and Lolcohol even said on that podcast, he messaged Zizrin whispering him, hey dude, I also thought you hated PoE too. Like, so it wasn't just me getting like chimp clipped, whatever you said, rage baited. Like, if Lolcohol and Dreamcore felt the same way, like, how did those two also feel the exact same perception that I did? Like, I'm not willing to, they were definitely hamming it up a lot. They were definitely hamming it up a lot. If Dreamcore and Lolcohol thought the same thing. Let me read what you guys said, sorry. OGS said, still... there's 3 more classes to add. Do you think we'll have 1 class now and they'll add the last 2 in the full game? I think we're getting a class for sure. Well, exactly. Like, I brought it up in the tourist video, Protag. Like, the reason they do it is because, like, the chat, like, pops off when that happens. Like, I remember a very specific clip from a very popular streamer. They were on the Act 2 Mastodon boss. And they were literally like this on the fight. Like this. Only auto-attacking the boss. Like, making their build perform as worse as possible. But they were doing it for the fight because it was making their chat go, oh, this game's so bad. This is so awful. What is this balance? Like, they were literally just not functionally playing their build. This is one of the massive streamers at the time. Just auto-attacking a boss, doing as minimal damage as possible, not even trying to play well. But he was doing it for the clip, to make it look worse. That was essentially, like, part of what I was frustrated with at the time. Like, engagement farming. It was absolutely, they were engagement farming the hate at that time. And I absolutely got rage baited by that. 100%. If you want to say that's like something I should have never let myself get engagement rage baited by or whatever, yeah, I agree with you completely. Shouldn't have let that happen. I'm absolutely in the wrong for the tourist crash valve. I just want to always double back to that. But you know, that's why, like, you know, it definitely wasn't just me that felt that way, is what I'm trying to say. I wasn't, like, you know, fully head up my ass if Dreamcore and Lolcohol both felt the same way. Not as intensely, but they both felt the same things I was feeling, you know? And the response since then was like, no, we haven't hated it. We love it. And I just don't agree with that. Like, there was a very, like, after that point, it was very much like, the whole time we weren't hating on the game. Like, I think a lot of some of them were. Some. Don't want to generalize. I apologize for it because I was an asshole during the crash out. Like, I was absolutely an asshole. Like, there's no debate with what I said was being a dick. I was calling people tourists, I was calling people boomers, I was calling people assholes. I think at the very end of the video, I end with, like, everyone at the front of the video, go fuck yourself. Like, I was being honest and sincere with my frustrations, but I was a dickhead with how I did it, which was... I think everyone can agree that's not how you should approach that type of thing, right? Like, that's what am I apologizing for. I stand by a lot of how I feel and said at the time. That's why I'm defending a lot of my thoughts right now. It's like, I don't think I was completely chimp baited, or what did you say? What was the phrase you used, Protag? I like that phrase. Chimp baited? Chimp clipped? Was it chimp clip? I like that. That was funny. Clip chimp. I like that term. I like that. Let me read what you said. Trying to think of a way to articulate my thought in Twitch characters limit is tough. The broader point is I want to make it that focusing on the content creators from PoE1 was just one slice of the pie. Also the criticism at PoE2. Well, during the I'd have to go back and rewatch the Turris video. A lot of people, like, have watched it, like, 1,000 times because they've seen all their favorite creators react to it. I've seen it, like, twice, maybe 3 times total. Like, I barely remember any of it. I am pretty sure, though, there were many times in that video that I stop and say, I'm not talking about all PoE1 creators, and I think at one point in that video, I very much say, like, it's okay to give feedback. But, like, the feedback that's being given is always wrapped in, like, these developers have their head up their ass like a donut. Like, it's never just criticism. It's always criticism with a little extra, you know? I guess that was, like, again, the Turris video was just, like, poorly articulated a lot of the ways. But that was my biggest thing is, like, I feel like we criticize this game literally every week on the podcast. I've never been someone that's, like, don't criticize the game. It's just why you gotta lean into the, I don't know. I think the whole vibe has shifted since then, like, which is good, but obviously there's always the people that don't like PoE 2, and there's always the people that don't like PoE 1. I think those people are the annoying ones. The ones that are just like... like, go look at all of Miso's PoE 1 videos he made a couple weeks ago. Like, so many of the comments are PoE 2 players like, I really don't like this game. Why are you playing this? Like, I don't like those type of people on either side. Those are the ones that are frustrating me now. Well, so the turret, like, the funny thing is, the tourist thing about it, everything about calling them a tourist was a meme. Like, the fact that that blew up is, like, kind of funny because it wasn't ever serious coming out of my mouth. I had never heard of the term tourist before until like, in terms of gaming, until my first PoE 2 video. I've covered so many different games, I've never been called a tourist before. My very first PoE 2 video, I got called a tourist, and it's happened in so many videos since then. Like, any new PoE creator has been called a tourist before I made that tourist video. And to the point that, like, Mobalytics offered to reskin my channel, but the reason I was called a tourist, the guy said, look at this idiot with a gnome avatar, he's such a tourist. I kept the gnome as my YouTube channel because I thought the tourist stuff was funny. During that entire crash out, I'm just fried in the head, super tired. That entire time I'm saying tourist, I'm like saying it in a way that's like, yeah, those guys that called me tourist, they're gonna be so pissed I'm calling their favorite tourist, streamer tourist, like, but at no point do I think anyone, like, who matters is gonna think, like, who gets a shit if someone calls you a tourist? Like, the idea, to me, never even crossed my mind that someone would actually be offended at the thought that, like, I can't believe you called Jung a tourist of all people. It's like, in my head, I thought no one was going to take that seriously at all. So, well, yeah, it's because I was crashing out, you know. That's why everyone took it seriously. It's because at no point in that video do I make it seem like a meme. But for those that knew the lore of the word tourist before that, like, in terms of my channel, you know it was a meme. But those who didn't, like, it just seems like, oh, this guy is, you know. But even then, though, like, to me, it's still funny, like, the fact that, like, the fact that anyone can take that seriously as an insult is hilarious to me. Because when someone used it seriously to me as an insult, it just made me laugh. And so that entire crash out, I'm literally just, like, never processing the thought that, like, Anyone's like, literally every other insult to me I said in that video, I thought people would find more offensive than tourists. Like, that's how little I thought out of that video. And here's a little bit of origin story for that video. How it came about was I was literally about to, like, it was like 3 a.m. I was about to, like, I was literally like struggling to fall asleep, hadn't gotten sleep, and I'm like on the verge of passing out, and I'm on my phone in bed, literally shirt off, like I'm about to fall asleep, and Rabbit is the person that linked me that video from the tourist video. Fuck, what was his name? Why am I forgetting the guy's name? Who made the original video? I'm such a dickhead for forgetting his name. Because I gave him a lot of negative press for sure. Vinny, yes, Benediction, yes. Oh my god. So Rabbit's the one who linked me Vinny's video, and I literally crawl out of bed, and if you go, like, the video's not blocked. I unlisted it, so if you still have the link to, you can watch it, but go watch any of the videos of it. Look at my shirt. It's inside out. Like, my shirt is inside out in that reaction. I literally was just, like, sleep deprived in bed, 3 a.m., like, and I'm tilted because, like, I'm reading Reddit, and Reddit is just shitting on Abyss, which I feel like most people look back at Abyss now and fucking love it. But, like, the clip channels, everyone's shitting on Abyss, Reddit's shitting on Abyss. I'm sitting there, of course, pissed off because I'm crashing out, and I literally get out of bed, put my shirt on inside out, reacted to that video and uploaded it, and I didn't like there was no thought that went into that awful video, and it was literally like shirt inside out. That's how bad that video is. I do think that a lot of what I said came from the heart, and I truly believe, but the entire conversation got just like completely thrown out the window the moment I started calling people names, so. Don't call people names. It's funny to me, ProTag, when I look back at every patch, like, I just don't look back at any of them as, like, again, I'm a biased simp, call me whatever you want. I look back as 0.1 as my favorite ARPG of all time. 0.1. The release of PoE 2 was my favorite ARPG of all time, and every patch has made the game significantly better. When I seen Quinn react to it, I definitely got my hours up. I mean, what's funny to me is, like, so many people come into my chat and they'll, like, quote stuff from those reactions, and I'll, like, what are you talking about? And they'll be like, from Quinn. I'm like, oh, what'd Quinn say? He's like, from the tourist video. I was like, oh, like, I have not seen any of the reactions. That time period was rough. Like, the amount of, everyone says the Quinn reaction wasn't, like, of all the reactions, the Quinn one was, like, somewhat down the middle, and not, like, but yeah, but a lot of them were very toxic, but, Rabbit and Miso were my arbiters during that time. They filtered everything for me, and they were basically like, we will never have these 3 people on this podcast ever, and the rest of them, just don't watch them. It's not worth it. Was basically how that went down. But no, I don't want to turn into a weird pity parade or anything like that. I deserved all the heat I got from that moment. I'm going to go get my food. I have a bratwurst downstairs waiting for me, and then we're going to keep playing. Actually, I should do this boss before I eat, but no, I'm going to go get my food. Fuck it. Be right back. Okay. Sorry, guys. I saw Qual first through a Quinn React video. Not gonna lie, I thought it was pretty funny. I mean, in retrospect, it's very funny. Like, and I feel like that's fair. I think that's fair. I don't know. I think all the reactions to it are fine. I was just giving my perspective, you know, on why it happened. Which is weird. I do want to preface, this conversation started with the Zizrin Abyss 2.0 interview. Those two aren't connected. That was just a weird thought process. Hey, what's up, Blaze? Got a bratwurst. Got a bratwurst. Way too many French fries. I'm not going to eat even half those French fries. But we're doing lunch. I'm playing hardcore, Blaze. We're doing hardcore trade. We're doing Thorns. This is what patch 0.5 happened. Getting delayed happens to did to me, caused to me. Jesus, I'm fried at this point. We're playing hardcore Thorns to kill time. Are you I'm guessing you're not going to dabble in Diablo 4 at all, Blaze? I'm going to turn off my webcam while I eat. I know some of you guys are freaks that like to get off on people eating food, but I get self-conscious eating on stream because I'm weird. Kind of funny seeing the shirt now. Again, like, I'm not trying to use it as an excuse, but during that tourist video, I was sleep deprived because of a leg injury I had. I literally hadn't slept for like, it was over 24 hours at that point. You can literally see my shirt is inside out in that video. I was literally in bed trying to fall asleep. Rabbit linked me the Benediction video, and I literally pulled, like, I watched a minute of it, and was like, oh, I have to react to this for some reason. I literally pulled myself out of bed. You can literally see my shirts on inside out in that video. I don't think anyone ever commented on that because there's so much other ridiculous shit going on in that video, but the shirt's literally on inside out. That's no troll. I appreciate you having that conversation, Protag, though. You know. I like... You can tell that I am a fairly... I don't know if confrontational is the right word, but... I don't mind confrontation. And I like almost... It's not that I enjoy it, but like... What I've learned as a podcast host is... A lot of people do not like confrontation in any way. Especially, like, even in the simplest terms as, like, I say something, and you disagree with it. A lot of people, the moment you say, I disagree and why, they like to back down. And I've started to learn as a podcast host that, like, a lot of people don't like confrontation, so I found myself, like, very rarely pushing back versus certain guests. It's only guests I know that can, like, handle that back and forth, which has made it really interesting for me as the podcast host, as someone who also is opinionated on the podcast. Like, so I just like it when people are willing to be like, I disagree with you, and here's why, and we can have a back and forth, and even at the end, when we still disagree with each other, like... There's no, like, a lot of time, like, that's how, like why I like Try is because I disagree with, like, 50% of what Try says, and he disagrees with 50% of what I say, and we're able to go at each other, and then at the end of the conversation, we're still friends, but half the comments are like, he was completely out of line, how is he so aggressive and pushing, like, what are they thinking? And it's like, a lot of people don't like that kind of discussion, and... I don't know, I always have. I don't know, I don't mind being told I'm wrong, because a lot of the time I end up being wrong, and I can learn, you know, but I enjoy the back and forth. How to win friends and influence people. I'll look into it. I'm a heavy reader, so I read all the time. I will add it to my book list. And it doesn't sound sociopathic to me as someone who is autistic as fuck. To me, that just sounds like something, you know, every autistic person needs to read. Like, it doesn't sound like a manipulative tactic. It's like a, how do I communicate how I'm feeling better to people so they want to be my friend, instead of me coming off as some dumbass shell. But yeah, that's something I've learned from being the host of the podcast, is just like, the first 5 to 10 minutes of the podcast is me, like, a lot of the time when we have a guest on the podcast, that's my first time interacting with them. Sometimes I'll have, like, very brief chatter, like, hey, are you down to come on the podcast? Sure, when? But 99% of the time, when someone's on the podcast, I have never interacted with them before. So the first 5 to 10 minutes of the podcast is usually me, like, feeling out the person and seeing, like, how they respond to us. That's why you'll notice, like, at the beginning of the podcast, a lot of the time Miso and Rabbit are more reserved. They're also waiting to see how the guest reacts. Like, the first 10 minutes of the podcast is usually not just me interviewing the guest, but it's like me setting up the guest, and then a lot of it will be of me pushing back and forth with the guest to feel them out. And then we dive into the deep podcast. It's because a lot of time, like, you just don't know, like, there's been instances where, like, someone will disagree with a guest, and they just, like, immediately stop talking about the topic. They're like, oh, okay. And it's like, you don't want to put them in, like, situations they're not willing to push back, I guess. I don't know, it's tough. People are weird. Especially a game with community, like, and personalities like Path of Exile, too. Yeah, I have to constantly tell myself that on the podcast, especially as the host. Like, it's tough because, I don't know, like, I'm just as passionate about the game as everyone else on the panel. So, like, I'm constantly having to tell myself, like, because I'm the host, I naturally just talk more, right? I'm the one that sets up the transitions, I'm the one that throws to more people to make sure they talk. And if I'm also being as enthusiastic and engaged in the conversation as everyone else, that just leads to me dominating the conversation. And I can't do that. So I have to be, like, almost picky and choosy for when I get to go on my rants. And I don't get to do a rant every discussion. Because some discussions I have to play more of, like, the arbiter, and other discussions I get to, like, pop off. But you'll rarely see me pop off in more than one conversation because it's weird being the host. That's why I don't get a lot of the toxicity towards talkative Tri protag. Like, I disagree with a lot of what Tri says and a lot of his takes. Not like a lot of them. I want to say like a third, maybe. We just play the game very differently, but I think Tri cares about Path of Exile 2 as much as us. He's just got a very different perspective. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, Protag. I'm almost done eating, guys, and then we'll go back to leveling. Sorry. Alright. I'm gonna take care of my food and they're gonna put it away and then we'll continue leveling. And I do want to respond to you real quick, Protag. I do agree that Try does play, and a lot of his experience are from him having blinders on, but I genuinely believe there is a large portion of the player base that plays exactly like Try. That have his exact same perspective and play style and feel. Like, I feel like Try is more of the population than someone like us, for example. So, while I agree with everything you're saying, I also think he does represent a very real portion of the player base. I mean, look at the size of his channel. Like, he's bigger than, like, alcohol. And he's, like, you know, not, like, hardcore or whatever you want to call it, right? Like, there's a very real portion of the player base that plays like him. So that's why, like... That's why I like talking to Try. That's why I like talking to Try, personally. Is because there's so much I disagree on him on, but I know a lot of people agree with him on. So it's like... Ever since the tourist video, I have been way more open to learning about these perspectives. And, yeah. That's why Try doesn't bother me, though, is because... Because even look at the three, me, Rabbit, and... Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go be right back. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna play the game more. Okay. Let's get back to this.
You again. The fool under the hooded ones.
Alright, boss time. Hardcore Thorns continues. Sorry, guys. Thanks for the people that listened to that little tangents there.
Far more capable than Count Geonor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this mute.
At this point, though, my perspective is like... What was his crash out? What crash out? What crash out are you talking about? I didn't know Try had a crash out. Like I said, there's a lot of content I've stopped following. Bad loot RNG in the campaign.
We're running out of time. End this. What are you doing?
I mean, yeah, that's nothing new to this league.
I don't have time for this. Stand to my will.
Am I dead? Nope.
I call the winds. Blood.
Okay, kill him here. I can, like, infinitely parry that. Did you guys see that? It was, like, doing nothing to my thing. I was just able to stand in that beam and hold parry, and it was just parry, 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 so it's, like, constantly stunning him, but also, like, doing the Thorns damage and not building my bar. Alright, Act 2 Hardcore Thorns is cleared. He crashed out until his community pressured him to trade. I mean, that's kind of funny, though.
for honesty.
I mean, you're right, Aaron. You're absolutely right. Sorry for the late response. Here's the level 28 shield. It's less thorns damage, but it would let me swap to a shield. And that's actually got good defenses on it, triple res, so... this level 30 belt. Okay. I like that comment, Warlordos. I like that. And yeah, I get, like... I hate having the discussion around the delay because it comes off so black and white when it's very much not a black and white discussion. It is like, it always boils down to, like, they shouldn't have lied to us. But, like, I think you're right with, like, if they would have just announced it a little bit sooner, people wouldn't be crashing out. But it's the fact that they waited until they were supposed to be announcing the league starting now. That is what's causing most of the crash out.
The beast has grown.
And again, many people have always said that, like, even if they announced it right now, if GGG would have just said, we're delaying it because it's not ready, like, specifically use those words, it's not ready, that would change a lot for them too. I don't know why, but... we're surprisingly tanky. I'm sure I'm going to be randomly killed because I'm brain off at this point. But we are tankier than I thought I'd be. Alright, we said no skipping any bosses. Corpse explode. Whew.
Corruption infests even the trees here.
I mean, I'm the same way, Salam. I don't know what it is about the PoE 2 campaign. There's a lot of vocal hate for the PoE 2 campaign. I don't know if that's a minority or not. I want to assume I'm the minority. We're the minority of people that like, I don't know though. For some reason, I can spam create characters in PoE 2 like crazy. Like, I literally did an Act 4 clear yesterday on stream with that solo self-found tactician, and I deleted him afterwards. Like, like, Rabbit's doing daily campaign clears. Like, I like the campaign in this game. I think there are some pain points. My perspective is obviously skewed because I'm someone who's, like, not clearing the game horribly slow. Like, when you read the comments on the podcast, some people, like, I don't know if it's a majority, it sounds like a lot of people, though, their average campaign clear time is 12 to 20 plus hours. Like 20 plus hours. If my average experience was a 20-hour campaign clear, I would probably not like the game either. But my average campaign clear, if I was to try hard, I'm guessing is like 8 to 10 hours on average. Like on a league start. I have not ever actually timed myself, but I'm guessing it's 8 to 10 hours. If I'm trying to do speed running, I'm sure I could get down to like closer to 6. But like, I don't know, like I level so many characters each league. When you play hardcore, you're basically constantly repeating the campaign, but I don't know, I genuinely, I don't know, I like the PoE 2 campaign. The only parts I don't like are obviously some parts in Act 3 and some parts in Act 4, and I really dislike, the interlude acts. Yeah, again, I'm very biased. That's why I made sure to point out that the comments on the podcast, despite us being a high-level build-making podcast, or whatever you want to call it, we have a very large casual audience, and like, again, some of the episodes, we get comments saying they take 20-plus hours to clear the campaign, and I'm definitely in, you know, the faster percentage, so I enjoy the fuck out of the campaign, personally, but there are a lot of people that don't. But I'm with you in the same way. Like, I can't stand PoE 1 campaign. I can't stand the Diablo 4 campaign. So, but I like the PoE 2 one. I feel like they did a really good job with the skill gem progression in PoE 2. Like, you're very constantly, like, at level 32, I get this new type of skill that gets added to my arsenal. Like, that flow always feels good for a majority of builds. Every act adds one new skill, sometimes in multiple when you include the spirit gems. A lot of the support gems, they're very transformative. So, like, Act 1 to Act 2 can play very different within the same build, just because you've got, like, now I've got the good armor break jewel or support gem or something. Alright, are we about to throw our hardcore Thorns character? Monko Timo. I don't think I could watch a new player play the game. Not without backseating out of my fucking mind. I had a friend recently who started playing, my old buddy Solid Jake. I used to do a Heroes of the Storm podcast with him. You know, still a very good friend of mine. Saw him recently at a wedding. He recently just started playing PoE 2 for the first time. And he is having an absolute blast with the game. He thinks it's his favorite ARPG so far. And he hasn't cleared Act 3. he keeps making new characters in the beginning of the act, and now he's super excited to not clear the campaign again in 0.5. So, the average like, if you're a true PoE newbie, like, I can't imagine what the average first-time playthrough looks like. Like, it is probably a very slow process. For the true PoE newbie. Like, not someone who's played PoE 1, not someone who's an ARPG enthusiast who's, like, you know, thousands of hours in other ARPGs. Like, I think PoE 2, when it goes free to play on console, is going to get a lot of, like, when there's, like, it's popping off on, like, Reddit and stuff, it's going to get a lot of people who have, like, Diablo 4 is is the casual ARPG, right? It is expensive as fuck. To get into the current expansion, you have to spend $90. PoE 2 is going to be free. So, There's going to be a lot of new players playing it. I am very interested in what their experience is going to be. Yo, Cal, thought I'd pop in and support the stream for a bit, mate. Fark me, this wait for 0.5 is going to hurt. Hey, what's up, chicken, dude? Shout out to Funk A Chicken, great content creator. Yeah, dude, this, I am playing Hardcore Thorns for the first time right now. That is what 0.5 delay has done to me. And I'm playing Diablo 4 for the first time in 2 years this Tuesday because of this delay. Like, this delay got me playing Diablo 4, you guys. That's how bad this is to me. I'm playing that game. And I'm playing Hardcore Thorns. I am so freaking bored, man. I need this patch. I need this patch so bad. So no troll, I've never been like a super D4 hater. I've never agreed with the full-on D4's bad game. It is one of the biggest ARPG. I mean, there might have been times where I gave it a little bit too much hate, but it's clearly not one of the worst games ever. It is one of the most successful games of all time. So it's very good for the people it's made for. I don't see there's any way I enjoy playing Diablo 4 like I enjoy playing PoE 2 build making wise. Like, there's just no way. But I'm willing to go in blind. I'm going in completely blind for the patch. I'm going to play a Thorns Barbarian. I'm going to just give it a go. Everyone says to play Thorns Paladin, but fuck it, I'm going to play Thorns Barbarian. My goal for Diablo 4, by the way, is to get a endgame character with Thorns gear, and I'm going to go PvP on it. We're going to go see if we can kill people with PvP, so... Oh, you got D4 too? Damn, dude. We might do some group play in endgame. If you end up getting the endgame, I think in a lot of the uber late game pinnacle bosses, people group play for to like get better drops at odds or something, or odds at drops. So if you end up in endgame, hit me up and we can do some group stuff. I don't know how much I'm gonna play. I'm going in honestly, like I'm going in hoping it's not going to be bad. I'm gonna give it an honest chance. What I want to do is I want to clear all the Uber bosses, and I want to get a late game Thorns character set up that I go get a fun PvP montage. Oh, we gotta fight Monkey. Hold on. Ooh, I ate that. Cloak of Flame for the win. We might not have lived there without Cloak of Flame. They did nerf Munko, but Cloak of Flame definitely saved our ass there. Of course, we stun him right when we get Scavenge Plating, so we're not getting any good Thorns hits. I'll read chat after Munko, guys. This is hardcore, so... Monkey gets extra focus. Fuck you, Munko. I hate how the skill book always drops super late. I hope they fix that. My ADHD can't stand it. Block chance and Thorns damage. Yeah, let's go that way first. I did forget. I think I forgot to get the lightning res from the sisters. Let me check that. I'm gonna read chat first. You already read that? Yeah, the D4 changes seem. I mean, they seem decent. Everyone talks about how GGG has had almost 6 months to cook, but release it almost like 9 months. Yeah, that's so we've talked about that a lot on the podcast graph. Like, it has been longer work than that on this patch. Like, there is like 0.5. Like, I think the reason it got delayed is because people like GG's realizing people realize that like there's a lot of expectations on this patch. Like, the end game stuff was supposed to be done for 0.4. In 0.4, we got Druid, but Druid was done for 0.2. 0.2 was supposed to have Druid. So, like, whenever I memed out saying that we're going to get 2 classes, Act 5, you know, the endgame rework, and 2 League mechanics, Beast plus, like, Heist or like something like that, that wasn't full memes. Like, they've had enough time to do all of that for this patch. For sure. Like, I feel like it's gonna be thick. I feel like it's going to be a fat patch. I'm going to full on blind and take it. Yeah, I am not looking up anything. I haven't played Diablo 4 since Season 2, the Vampire League. I haven't looked up... I don't know. I literally know nothing. I'm going in completely blind on launch day, and I'll be probably streaming it. I'll be probably streaming it. I also agree with what Bricky said. I think 0.5 is like deciding the... Like, in a weird way, it's almost more important than 1.0. That might be a bad take, but 0.5 has like... It is answering a lot of questions for us on what the future of this game is. Where am I supposed to leave from? Oh, over here, I see. Alright, let's do Venom crits.
I should step carefully here.
For sure, fucking. I feel the same way, dude. They feel like... Jonathan is a dreamer. Like, Jonathan is some guy who's got a big stomach. He has big dreams that he wants to make happen. I genuinely believe when he said that 0.4 was going, or they're going to commit to, like, all the things he lies about or breaks promise about, when he says that, he says it like he believes it, because that's what he wants more than anything. Like, he has big dreams, big aspirations, and he talks a little bit too much without thinking. But it's very important to have big dreamers like that, on a development team. It's very important to, like, you should aim for what is not achievable, right? Like, doesn't that make sense? Especially in a creative space. Like, you want to, like, go for what's impossible, because that's, like, I don't know. I understand, again, they should just stop saying dates. Completely stop saying dates. Never set expectations for a timeline, again, until you are 100% certain we are locked in on this 4-minute release cycle. But I can't blame him for believing in himself, man. And believing in his team, you know? I mean, I can't say that I understand why they did the delay yet. Like, I'm someone who's simping for GGG and defending them in this situation, but I don't know why they did the delay. Like, like, there could have been really lame 10-cent monetization reasons for why this was delayed. My assumption and hope is that it was just delayed because they genuinely believed it was not good enough. So, like, that's why I say I don't lose trust in them yet. But I can't say for a fact that, like, you know, I know why they did it, you know. I genuinely, so the D4 release, I genuinely do not think, like, I do not think Grinding Gear Games cares about GTA 5 or 6, whichever one it is. Like, GGG doesn't give a fuck about the next GTA release in terms of their competition. So they definitely don't care about a D4 release. Like, they absolutely didn't remove it because... Oh, am I gonna die? Woo! Can't be that brain off. We're tankier than I thought I'd be, though. We're so losing this hardcore character before endgame. I don't pay enough attention. I'm just staring at chat like this. I don't even remember what I was talking about because I almost just died. My concern, so like so I would be salty. There is a very real opportunity, or a real chance, that the reason this got delayed is because GGG knew if they committed to the 4-month release cycle that it wouldn't line up exactly with a perfect League release for 1.0. And if they wanted to do 1.0 immediately after ExileCon, they needed to delay 0.5 and then only do 1.0 after that. Like, that is a real possibility for why this got delayed, is to time the League launch around ExileCon better. And I think if that was the real reason why it got delayed, I think a lot of people would be frustrated with that, obviously. Because that's clearly, like, you're breaking the promise for shareholder reasons, not, like, you know, for the game being unfinished. I think most of the people, like us in the chat, or whoever agrees with my perspective of, we're not upset at the delay because we're assuming the delay happened because the game wasn't... 0.5 didn't meet the expectations they know the community is expecting for it. And if that's the case, we're all happy with the delay. But I do think there is a chance it was delayed for, you know, ExileCon release reasons. And I think that makes it less cool. That's, like, lame, if that was the reason. But whether they delayed it for ExileCon or not, that 5 extra weeks of development time does lead to a better League launch. I think we can all agree none of us want the temple economy again. Out of curiosity, is there anybody in this chat that enjoyed the temple economy more than the Abyss League economy? Because I never want this economy again. I never want this economy again. It was fun for, there was like a brief window where it was like, oh, I'm running in Divines, I can buy cool builds. But as somebody who's played the leagues late into the league, the economies are like, I keep getting questions like, if I came back right now to try this build, how hard would it be to get set up? It's like, it would be so many fucking thousands of Divines. It's like, at this point, the economy has so grossly been ruined that if you want to play now, a brand new build with a limited amount of Divines, you basically are forced to farm 3 different things. Ultimatum, Sanctum, or Ritual. Even Abyss has fallen off a lot. Let me read what you said. I mean, that's possible, Chicken. That's possible that they commit to the 4-month from here. I think everyone I talk to believes that they think that ExileCon is like set up at the beginning of November, so 1.0 for PoE2 drops at the beginning of December because GGG loves big releases at the beginning of December. That is the general assumption I see from people, but this is all assumptions. The crafting was fun, too. Interesting. I mean, the crafting was super fun in Abyss, that's for sure. I mean, that's been my experience in a lot of situations, too, Alex, where it's like... But I got a Last Flame, too, and I sold it for, I think, a little bit less than yours. So... I've experienced both sides of it, and I still think I don't like it more than Abyss. Like, the Thorns build I just did with Blade Zero on my YouTube channel, where we did the 178 million one-shot of Uber Arbiter with 6 people. That build cost 170,000 Divines. Like, what? How is that number even possible? 170,000 Divines. And that's lowballing, by the way. It very likely could be over 200,000. There's probably a lot of, like, we replaced a lot of gear, we wasted a lot of crafting stuff, like... That's way too much inflation. And now it's at the point in the league where I'm playing hardcore right now, so... Like, the economy's way different over here. But in standard, when I was, like, farming the other day, I didn't go pick up a divine that dropped. I have divine fatigue. Like, I have real talk, I have divine to fatigue. A single divine doesn't mean anything to me when a build I'm playing costs over 100,000 divine. Like, that's not the good, right? I think Abyss is great. I honestly think all of the League mechanics are good, except... So this is what's funny. I think all of them are good, except for Expedition. But anytime I say that, all of the Expedition fans come out of nowhere, and they're like, no, Expedition's great. What the fuck are you talking about? But I think all the League mechanics right now are solid. We just need way more of them. I'm legitimately, I'm not coping. Okay, I am coping, but I genuinely think there's a chance we get 2 League mechanics in this next patch. Look at it from this perspective, right? Every single patch has like 2 aspects to it. Right now we have Return of the Ancients. That's the Rise of the Druid, right? That's the name of the expansion. And then you have the League mechanic, Fate of the Vow, right? Rise of the Druid, Fate of the Vow. So there's always 2 different things. And Rise of the Ancients is coming with this endgame rework. That's all the castle things we saw popping up out of the ground and stuff. That is going to be core endgame rework. But what if, a part of Rise of the Ancients, they added Beast? Not as a League mechanic, but as just a core mechanic to the game. So the Beast League never becomes a thing. That was like in PoE 1, but the League mechanic just gets added flatline to the game. And then you get another... We actually get a League mechanic with the actual League announcement. I genuinely think that they have the opportunity, with how much time they've put into this patch, to give us something like Beast plus Harvest, or like 2 League mechanics just spread between, you know, Rise of the Ancients, one being added not as a League mechanic, but as something core to the game in that expansion, and then the League is something else. Okay, I know this is Gigacopium. I know this Gigacopium. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is what you get for delaying by 5 weeks, GGG. You get me saying shit like this, okay? Okay? So, I am just someone, I guess because I've never played solo self-found, the actual, like, resource of Expedition, the little fragment, the little, like, currencies you get, and the Recombinator itself, I've never interacted with any of those ever. From that aspect of Expedition, it is completely, it has been, I don't play solo self-found. I know it's a solo self-found tool, but for me, I have never once interacted with Recombinator or any of those little, I don't even know what they're called, the relics, the little fragments you get. There's like 4 different types of them from Expedition. I literally do not interact with those at all, and I think that needs to be, like, changed a little bit. I'm not saying they need to get rid of the solo self-found benefit of Recombinator, but they need to add something else for that stuff to be used for that, like, a newbie like me would engage with Expedition outside of, I just do the big bomb and sell my logbooks. Because right now it just seems like Expedition's only really used by Recombinators, right? Unless there's something I'm missing. Like, some people will farm logbooks themselves. Those people are fucking freaks. I'm not gonna apologize to any of you. If you enjoy farming logbooks, there's something wrong with you. This is coming from the guy that's playing Thorns, okay? If you like logbooks, if you can do like 30 logbooks in a row, you're fucking insane, man. You're fucking nuts. You're crazy. You're crazy, alright? I won't apologize. I won't apologize. As I play Thorns in hardcore like a dumbass. Woo! Look at that burst. Bodied.
Your captured souls will suffer. A disgusting weapon.
Sometimes Thorns is good. Sometimes. I may be a weirdo, but I have standards. Yes. The most sound of takes. The most sound of takes. Oh yeah, again, like, a part of the reason why I love the podcast is it constantly points out to me just how much I don't know about how other people play the game. Like, if you go watch any of our campaign skip episodes, the comments are fucking crazy. Like, some people are like... There are people who, like, consistently watch our podcast, which, for some reason, because we're a build-making podcast, I just assume anyone that watches our podcast is a Giga Sweat. So that's where, like, I'm trying to change my tone now when I do the podcast, is, like, not everyone that watches our podcast is a Giga Sweat anymore. There's a lot of casuals that watch our podcast. There's somebody who has straight up said he has never cleared the PoE 2 campaign. He plays every league, he's played for over 100 hours, and he has never once gotten through the campaign. Like... The average playtime, I would not be shocked if it was over 20 hours. For the average player. Over 20 hours for the campaign. And me and Rabbit are bitching about 8-hour clear times. Like, our perspective is as wrong as it can be. Oh, I need to go to the Chimeral. But I just think yeah, again, I'm not trying to shit on Expedition. Like, there's just... Not all content is supposed to be enjoyable by everyone. I'm never going to enjoy reading, like, that many markers in a row for that many logbooks. I just want it to be usable for me outside of, like, Recombinator. I don't know if that makes Expedition too overpowered, if there's something else besides Recombinator with it, but... That would be the only reason why. Like, I wouldn't want anything about Expedition to be changed how it's played. I just would want the reward structure to change a little bit. We need to get better Thorns gear soon. We might be upgrading out of Cloak of Flame and this Buckler soon. Our damage is starting to feel a little low.
I'm not ready.
We're on the street is that people discuss campaign skip here? No, that's Dead Rabbit's chat. Campaign skip is not discussed here. We talk about everything else that rage baits me. Campaign skip is exclusively for Rabbit's chat. You can rage bait me with any other topic, though. That is acceptable here. Even things you don't think are going to rage bait me, accidentally rage bait me. So you don't have to try very hard. My clear times are 10 to 12 hours for campaign because I check 9% of each map to get loot. Yeah, I have a friend named Rano, Ryan. He is a really good friend of mine. He is, like, my definition of a boomer gamer, but, like, somebody that, like, has gamed his entire life. He's just, like... He has, like, all the boomer approaches to stuff. And he is somebody, like, when he plays ARPGs... Like, the first time he watched me play PoE 2, he's like, dude, what are you fucking doing? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you're running past everything. He's like, I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I clear every single enemy on the map before I leave. It's like, oh. Okay, so this is how somebody can spend 100 hours in the campaign. Because also keep in mind in PoE 2, when you die, everything respawns. So... These people who, like, do play that way, where they check 90% of the map, get all the loot, when they die, they're also doing that map twice. Sometimes multiple times. So, I can completely understand how someone can take 100... Like, I don't think they're lying and exaggerating anymore. When I first started seeing the comments that were like, I spend 100 hours in the campaign, I've never cleared it. Like, I believe these people exist now. I believe that. And that's no shade to them. They just play the game differently, man. They just play the game differently. Cal, what's your thoughts on the potential Breach rework that's been hinted at? Was there a Breach rework hinted at? There are some aspects of the PoE 1 Breach that I do like a lot. So... I'm not against it. Like, I mean, it makes sense that some of the mechanics get added over to PoE 2, so... If that's the only thing that got reworked, I'd be sad. I would say the campaign takes me like 5 days or 20 hours or so, yeah. And like, if I was doing a league starter, I would have the campaign done within 8 to 10 hours, probably. If it's like a, let's say, if I'm playing swords, a brand new skill, I would say I would have the campaign done in 8 to 10 hours. Unless I was stopping and smelling the roses. If I had twink gear, I think my fastest twink clears are like 4 to 5 hours. And then you're seeing speedrunners doing it in less than 4 hours in like no gear at all, so... I love Thorns sometimes. Half his self instantly. Later, boy! This is when I hate Thorns, though. Can't do any damage to him because I don't have Thorns procs. Get up, fool! Can I live this? Dude, I'm getting ballsy with what I'm trying to live. I am nuts. I should not be trying to fucking face tank random attacks in hardcore. The big slams. I hate some of these fights as Thorns. This is why I always say you should never league start Thorns. Should always be a character number 2. It's not an awful league starter. You'll get like a really fun time. But some bosses can be frustrating, especially on low gear. My throat is bothering me. Let me read chat real quick. Yeah, I mean, and that part of that's like, it's really weird because I don't know, like when we started the podcast, it was never like, again, it was supposed to be like a build making podcast, but we are constantly told the casual perspective because even though like a lot of the builds we end up making as build makers, like, can sometimes be complicated to make, that doesn't mean they're complicated to play. Right. So, all of these builds are relatively easy to play in this game. So, it makes sense. Like, I don't know, this game has a very big casual audience. And what's crazy to me is the game's not free to play yet. I don't think people realize how many people don't buy a game when they know it's going to be free to play. I have a lot of friends I know that haven't bought it because they're waiting for it to be free to play. Crown of the Pale King is the #1 factor in why it doesn't work that well as a starter, yeah. Crown of the Pale King is a very interesting item. I have a very big love-hate relationship with it. I wish there was a way we could get rid of it, but it is very important. Fuck yes, armor for life. Yeah. Well, I'm off armor personally. I'm a life stacking boy now. So here's my plan right now. I spent a lot of this patch just learning life stacking techniques, but there's one life stacking style I really didn't push before, and it's life EV. So, right now I'm just wasting time until Diablo 4 comes back. Then I'm going to play Diablo 4 until I'm bored of it. And when I come back, I'm going to do some form of life-stacking EV build. And I'm going to make it work. I don't know how. But we're going to do a life-stacking EV build. On a Lich. Maybe something else. I mean, I get it too, Moji. To me, it's like... You're getting at, like, it's not getting ahead on the knowledge. That's a weird way to phrase it. But... like you're like, even though the game's not developed, like your knowledge carries over from patch to patch. Like a lot of the reason why PoE 1 is difficult for new players to get into is because it's just so overwhelmingly filled with like just everything. Just so much content, just so much shit. PoE 2 will eventually be that way. Where it is like, to someone who has never played it, they're gonna log in, and we're gonna have 20 league mechanics they gotta learn, they're gonna have all the weapons in the game, all the, like, classes, and then every class probably at some point is gonna have something like Abyssal Lich, right? So, like, at some point, PoE 2 is gonna be as, like, not as overwhelming as PoE 1, but it's gonna be pretty damn close. So, the sooner you get in, and you get the fundamental knowledge now, it makes it, like, less overwhelming when the layers get added on top of it. So that's why I think it's, like, not a waste of time for someone to be playing right now, because functionally, this is a real game. Like, this isn't an early access game. 90% of what we're playing isn't changing, right? A lot of people look at, like, early access games as, like, experimental games that, like, can violently shift overnight. And at this point, like, we get some pretty big changes, but this game is going to be, like, you know, 90% the same when we get 1.0. Well, I think Val Gemling is definitely on the list. I mean, I'm assuming, like, at some point, they're going to have one for every Ascendancy. What I hope they do is, they never tell us that they're added. Like, imagine if Val Gemling is in the game right now, and no one has found how to do it yet. Like, that's what I would love GGD to do, is, like, crazy shit like that. Just, Val Gemling's been in the game for 2 patches, guys, and you guys only found it out in, you know, 1.1, but they added it in 0.5 or something, you know? That would be hilarious if they did shit like that. I don't think they ever would. There's a lot of hype around these, like, half ascendancies. It's just, like, a missed opportunity, marketing-wise. Hey, what's up, Gurov? How you doing, bro? Well, we're playing Hardcore Thorns. I might die in this. I should probably upgrade my gear if I'm going to be doing it under-leveled. So let's see if I can replace some gear. Well, you couldn't completely hide its existence, but, like, look at the data mining right now, Melty. Right now, if you look at data mining, we see stuff for swords, axes, daggers, and flails. So, just by it being data mined, you would be like, oh, that's all 4 are dropping next patch, right? Like, as long as they're data mined, like, well in advance, you know, and how they get data mined, there's a chance, right? Because there's stuff that's been data mined since 0.1 that's still not in the game. But they wouldn't be able to, like, to your point, they wouldn't be able to fully hide it to where, like, it was never, like, people would know it exists in terms of its name, at least, you know. You're right in that factor, right? Let's get a shield first. God, all the shields suck. That's so bad. I really wanted to swap to a shield. Alright, let's do belts. I think my belt's actually decent. Yeah, my belt's decent. Let's check body armors then. $33 to $51. I kind of want to try out Titan Rot. Let's look at Titan Rot. What was the other one? Belly of the Beast? What's Belly of the Beast look like? Oh yeah, it was 3 divines. It's just not worth it. For 3 divines when I only have, like, a 10 divine budget right now. 9 divines left. And I don't even know it's going to feel better than like a Titan Rot. Titan Rot's just so much armor. Okay, I think the plan is to... I think I can use this at level 36. So I'm going to level to 36, and then I'm just going to do Ultimatum with my current gear. And we'll YOLO it and see if we die or not. I don't want to go in at my current Thorns damage, but at 36, we'll get... How many levels of Scavenge Plating? 5 levels of Scavenge Plating, so... That'll help. That'll help. Because I'm playing Thorns. And rare Thorns belts, or rare belts can get Thorns damage. I don't think Gore Girdle has Thorns damage on it. The reason why I'm willing to trade a chess piece for Titan Rot that doesn't have Thorns damage is because there's a Thorns passive that gives you Thorns damage based off the armor of the item. I assume whatever Gore Girdle... I mean, I've never used Gore Girdle with Thorns, but... What do you mean max hit? Are you talking about, like, hit received? Like, damage taken? I thought you said hit... for some reason, my brain thought you meant, like, damage dealt. I mean, yeah, it's a trade-off. It would either... This would make me... like, I don't play hardcore, so I don't know early game defenses that well. Thorns is, in general, reasonably tanky, but the reason why I've never used this with Thorns is because, you know, 25 to 44 Thorns damage is nothing to scoff at this level. But I'm down to try it out. YOLO. I'll lose a little bit of damage, but if it makes me tankier, fuck it. We're playing hardcore.
I'll tend to the books.
And if I die, it's not my fault. It's Chicken's fault. I'm innocent. Oh, I'm going to have to do 2 divines for that belt. Yikes. That's fine.
I'll fill that in as soon
This
as
guy's hideout is super laggy. Holy shit. Like, you can see the shake is, like, causing lag.
I guess it's worth that.
Alright, let's see how that goes. Get me out of this hideout. Well, a lot of your Thorns damage, the reason why it's, like, okay is because a lot of the Thorns damage you have from this early on is coming from Scavenge Plating. As long as I get it to level 10 soon, I think I'm going to be okay. And I'd rather have low DPS and not die. Anyways. This is my first time playing Thorns on hardcore. Let's see. I think it is. Like, I don't remember doing it before, but I've played too many characters at this point. And let's see if we can at least get to endgame before dying.
Oh, goodness.
It's alive!
Hey, what's up, Machi? How you doing, bro? What are your 0.5 predictions? What do you think we're getting in the patch? Outside of the endgame rework, no obvious predictions. You got any Ascendancies or anything like the League mechanic you're thinking's coming? Swords and axes? Dude. I have been saying there's a chance we get 2 weapons for so long, and I think there's a real chance we get both swords and axes. And I'm not... like, you can say I'm coping, but it's what I believe. The copium has rotted my brain. I actually don't know if we're getting a 0.6. We might go straight to 1.0 after 0.5. Unless Jonathan wants another broken promise. They did say this game had to release this year. After 5, you round up. That makes sense. Nailed it. You think they're gonna make it? For sure. The 0.5 release date? Yeah. Oh, I meant the 1.0 this year, yeah. I would be shocked if 1.0 wasn't in December after ExileCon. I would be genuinely shocked. Like... I am there was a theory that went around a couple weeks ago that 0.5 was going to get delayed because they wanted to do a longer 0.5 and then release 1.0 after ExileCon. And this was said, kind of made up. The guy who said it admitted he just kind of made it up or guessed it. But it makes a lot of sense why he theorized it. If GGG and Tencent as a company, which just from every perspective it makes sense, you do ExileCon, an event you only do once every 4 years or whatever, why would you not want to release PoE 2 immediately after that? That just makes perfect sense. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got 0.5 and they made 0.5 another 6-month league, and we didn't play 1.0 until the next patch, until after ExileCon. Because if they commit to the 4-month cycle after 0.5, right? That would mean 0.6 is in what, October? That would make 0.6 in October. So if 1.0, which was their other promise, right? If 1.0 was supposed to happen this year, that would mean that 0.6 would need to be a 3-month league or something. It doesn't equal enough time for 3 leagues with 1.0 and 0.6. So, I don't know. And yeah, it was the PoEDB guy that said it. I don't know. It makes sense from, when you think of it, you're doing ExileCon. Why would you not want to do 1.0 immediately after it? Oh, I don't have another Soul Core. I thought I had 2. I'm sure we'll get lots of answers. We have a 3-week... This is, I think, the first time... And you also keep in mind, for the marketing perspective, they're run by Tencent. Tencent loves money. They are Tencent, after all, so... But it just makes sense. But this is normally with the league launches, right? We get the teaser, and it's what, a week to 2 weeks tops? I think it's usually the next week the patch drops or whatever. We have a 3-week gap this time. And Kelly did say that they're going to drip feed us information, so... Where's this fucking thing? I think we'll get a lot of information. Which part of me, like, why I think it's another reason why we'll get 2 classes. Like, imagine we are getting Marauder and Gladiator. Over that 3-week period, they'd be able to drip feed us, like, skill information about the 2 of them. You'd get 2 full classes of Ascendancies you're teasing over that 3-week period. Like, it's just free for them. Like, there's gonna be 2 classes. A lot of people forget also about, like, the other missing Ascendancies. So you have Martial Artist, you have Arcane Archer, you have, the other one, Beastmaster. So, yeah, that's, like, my thing is, like, if Fate of the Vow was a 5-month league and we got no mid-league patch. So, looking at that in retrospect, like, we might not get a mid-league patch, but, like, if we're going to have a 6-month league, I would hope we would get more patches throughout it. But that didn't happen with Fate of the Vow. Now, I know they didn't assume it was going to be a 5-month league, but maybe with that hindsight, we'll get a mid-league patch. I genuinely don't care. Like, I know I'm a giga simp for this company and this game, but if GGG only did 2 leagues per year, 6 months, that is still more content and a more better of a game than 99% of games out there. I would love to be spoiled with 4-month leagues, which I hope we eventually get to that. But, like, if we really only got 2 a year, that sounds rough on paper, but I think it'd be, we would just need mid-league stuff to do. Or go play PoE 1, exactly. I mean, from a business perspective, their company is more set up for 6 months leagues. Because it lets the PoE 1 and PoE 2 players rotate every 3 months. Instead of every 2 months. So I think from, like, an actual realistic perspective of how they should run, like, or how a company would, like, optimally transition, they would start with 2 6-month leagues for both games, and then eventually work up to the 4-month leagues. But we also, like, it's just, it's extra funny because they literally made the promise of 4-month leagues and immediately broke it. So the only question people have is, are they still even going to try to commit to that? Or is this, like, the one time they will ever miss that window, right? Like, maybe from now on forward, it's always 4-month cycle, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to have it's going to be 1.0 that the 4-month cycle kicks in. So, out of curiosity, Jack Reacher, if GGG never said those words, that they were committing to the 4-month leagues, like, suddenly, you're not upset about the delay anymore. You're only upset because they said they were committing to 4-month leagues. But what if they never said 4-month leagues? They were just like, we're going to try and release it at the end of April, and when we got to the end of April, they delay it to May. Does that still upset you? Because like, them never having said the 4-month league thing doesn't change the fact that this league ended up getting delayed. Like, them having said it or not, like, we would still be going through this moment right here, whether those words were uttered, right? Like, we would still be dealing with this fact that we would be getting a longer league. So in my perspective, in my head, like, nothing gets changed whether they said those words or not, you know? We would still be getting a 5-month league either way. Or are you happier in the world where they just force it out when it's not ready and keep their promise? I'm not saying that in a meme, aggressive way. Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, would you have preferred they just released it and cut more content that was, like, supposed to be in it? Or is it, like, just the fact that they uttered those words and misled you to begin with is, like, truly what's upset you? Because whether they had said those words or not, the content was getting cut. Or, like, the delay was happening or content was getting cut, right? Like... If you are somebody who's going to get upset by delays in development, then yes. But I absolutely think if you are going to get upset by delays in development in an early access game, you should wait until the whole game is finished. Yes. If that's the logic you're trying to push onto me, I do genuinely believe that. If delays in this game upset you, you should wait until its launch. 100%. I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe that. Oop, I'm missing a soul core. Like, trust me, I want 4-month leagues. I want them to release the game as much as possible. But the game is clearly not ready for that. It's unfinished, it's unpolished, and GGG keeps failing to meet the standards they're trying to set for themselves. It's clearly not ready for those expectations. And if you're somebody who is going to get upset at no 4-month leagues, then I would absolutely say you should wait until they've released the game. That's not meant with malice or, like, shit-talking. Like, that's just, like, I genuinely think that if, like, GGG does not do themselves any favors. They set themselves up with high expectations, but logically speaking, every single early access game out there goes through absurd delays. GTA 6, which has Rockstar tier money behind it, has been delayed 5 fucking times at this point. Like, if that mentality of the delays and that stuff's gonna happen to you, I think you should just assume GGG is wrong about how they're approaching development. Like, it's an early access game, and but you haven't answered any of my questions, Jack. Would you have preferred them release it right now with it being unfinished and bugged? Or are you just living in the world where you're just upset because they were not able to complete the goal they set out of? Like, you're just in a state of upset because they said they were going to commit to 4 months. It doesn't matter why they didn't make the 4 months. You're just upset that they just said it and they failed. They could have given the best reasons possible for why they failed. You don't care about those. They should have never said that 4-month thing. And no matter what, they failed to do that, so fuck them. That's like your mentality there. And if that's the case, then yeah, we don't see eye to eye in that discussion. I don't, like, I've said it many times today, I don't look at the discussion of the game being delayed as black and white as you said something and then you lied about it because you didn't make it happen. Like, I don't look at it that way at all. So we just have genuinely very different, again, Jack, you just, like, jumped into this conversation, like, towards the end of it and just got upset about stuff. I have literally spent 5 minutes of this conversation earlier saying, we have no idea. I even called someone out in chat saying, we do not know why it was delayed. But it's safe to assume it was delayed for reasons to make it better. But if we come to learn that they only delayed it for, let's say, marketing reasons to better line up with ExileCon, I will be upset. Literally said those words. If the reasoning behind why it was delayed was stupid, I am upset. But you're also making those same assumptions. You're getting upset at them, assuming they're delaying it for the worst reasons. So, like, come on, bro.
Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that giant construct. Good luck.
You're getting mad at me for giving them the benefit of the doubt while, like, just assuming the worst out of them, which I think is unfair. I think that's... Ooh, we almost just died there. We are not lightning res clap, clearly. Again, my point is it's not black and white. I'm not saying anybody is wrong in how they felt. I've made that clear many times. But your side of the argument is very much looking at it in a black and white, they've done everything wrong, they're fucking liars, and... like, that's just not... There's more nuance to it than that, more than likely. For sure. For sure. But if we come to learn that the only reason it was delayed was for some dumb reason, then yeah, of course, everyone should be upset, but... you know. Thank you, Mr. Machi, for the tier 1 sub. I've been getting rage baited all day by this conversation. It won't stop. I'm the most rage baitable streamer out there. I don't think he's rage baiting me. Let me rephrase that. He's not rage baiting me. He genuinely feels this way. I just, you know, we just disagree in what's being perceived. You make game Unreal or Unity? I use Unity. We use Unity. The guy that does a majority of the coding for our games, he's proficient in C#, which is the main language for Unity. So. But also, to Jack Reacher's original statement, where he said that I was being extra simpy, I've also said 1,000 times a day, I am biased and I am simpy toward this company. It's like, I'm not denying any of that. But it's not a black and white discussion, unless we hear otherwise. And even if, let's just say, even if Tencent was like, we're gonna force you to lay it by this amount of time so we can do this release schedule, I'm sure a lot of the developers appreciate that 5 extra weeks of development time. Even with that 5-week delay, like, just use your head for 2 seconds. The game is getting 5 extra weeks of love and polish to it. Oh no! Oh no! Like, come on, guys. It ain't that big a deal. Be more upset about other things GG does. Like nerfing Magma Barrier. Why did they nerf Magma Barrier? Are they stupid? Magma Barrier was the coolest, best skill reflection skill in any ARPG, and they just got rid of it? Bring back Magma Barrier. Sorry. Like I said, guys, I keep getting rage baited. This is why I shouldn't stream. I don't know about rage baited. I think that's the wrong word. I can't imagine, like, there's the period of time there that the development team was working on. First of all, like, there's a lot of things I am okay with you guys shit-talking GGG for. I think they are absolutely batshit insane to try and develop 2 games at once without having 2 dedicated teams in place beforehand. Like, there are plenty of things I'm happy to point out they were nuts for. Like, I still think it's crazy that they are trying to split manage 2 games. And there was a period of time there where their entire development team was working on both games at the same time. They had to have been working like 60 plus hours for like half of the year. That's fucking nuts. There's a lot of things I think they did is really weird development choice-wise, like. But I don't think delaying the game was that egregious of a thing, personally. Yeah, also that, I don't know if Chicken's still here, but also that, this game was supposed to launch with Acts 1 through 6. Like, imagine that world where the game launched without any endgame at all. Like, I can't imagine what Path of Exile 2 would even look like right now. What would the, like... What would have 0.1 have been if, like, the game ended at the end of the campaign? Like... Would we have just stopped leveling at 50, 60, and then, like, there was no content? Like... Armor applies to, fire. Which one of those? Like, that's right. Armor applies to... I usually get those ones, and eventually get those ones. Oh, you mean these ones right here? Gotcha. Heat proof. Yeah, usually when I do armor apply to the Ellie, I do those and those. Okay. I was getting the Thorns crit next, but I'll probably convert to that. So, like, that's, like... I don't have a stance in that debate. Like, that's one that, like, I understand both sides of more easily. Is, like... There's the audience of PoE 2 players that say they wish that PoE 1 had... Like, there are people who are upset that PoE 1's even being actively developed right now until PoE 2 is stable. And there are PoE 1 players who think the opposite, that, like, PoE 1 should be still heavily, updated, while PoE 2 is slowly built up. And GGG has, like, split the attention almost down the middle, it feels. And... I personally understand why they've done that. It doesn't bother me, but I completely understand. Like, I'm not upset at anybody from either sides of that argument. If you're pissed that PoE 2's not the main center of attention because you don't play PoE 1, I think you're like in the right in a way. But I also think the PoE 1 players who were pissed that their game went unupdated for 8 months or whatever it was, they were also justified, right? I only play PoE 2. I dabbled in the last few PoE 1 leagues. I don't know if I'll play PoE 1 ever again. It depends on how this next patch hits. If you've never played PoE 1, PoE 1 has these things called challenges, where, like, every league has, like, 40 challenges you complete that, like, give you cosmetics and stuff. Once PoE 2 gets stuff like that, I'm not gonna play another game. I won't need to play, like, any other ARPG, that's for sure. But I already think 0.5 is gonna add enough content. Like, look how much I'm already still playing this game. Like, at some point, I'm not gonna have time for 2 ARPGs at that high a level. I'm not like a Giga gamer like a lot of streamers where, you know, I game 12 hours every day for 5 days a week or whatever. I don't have time to learn PoE 1 and PoE 2. But again, I try and say it all the time. GGG is flying me out to New Zealand. This game is also the game I've put the most time into in a short amount of time ever. I've never played a game as much as PoE 2 over, like, an entire year. Outside of maybe World of Warcraft back in the day. So, I am very biased. I'm clearly someone who is the target audience for this game. Oh, I forgot to upgrade fucking, my spirit gem.
Creation, relinquish your waters.
I mean, I even removed that aspect of it, chicken. Like, if you just even strip it down one further layer, if you look at it from the fact that GGG, like, a lot of people don't, I don't know why, they don't look at games as a creative art. Like, making games are, like, GGG at their core, PoE 1 is their baby, they fucking love it, it's something they are passionate about. Like, obviously the financials are still there, for sure, right? You're 100% right there, but you can't tell me that GGG doesn't want to make PoE 1 anymore. Like, they fucking love that game. Like, they don't want it to die. There's no way they want it to die. But when you add on the money on top of it, like, I don't think people realize how hard people go on those supporter packs. Those supporter packs fucking make them bank. So,
You won once. Do not get ahead of yourself.
plus PoE 2 has developed a very financial Twitch culture with how they do the Twitch drops and the streamer partner stuff. Like, there's no way they would give that up, man.
Their skin grows stiff and resilient.
Well, they officially have two different teams for PoE 1 and PoE 2, which is cool.
Challenger.
The Vaal do love their mechanisms.
And yes, you always have to take into account big... Whenever I talk about GGG, I always, like... Again, it's probably because I'm biased. I detach them from Tencent. When I'm, for some reason, when I talk about GGG, I'm talking about Mark, Jonathan, and the crew that's actually developing the game. You also have to keep in mind that, you know, behind the curtains is Tencent, who... I don't think they have full ownership. I don't remember what percentage ownership they have, though. But it is a lot. I agree with you. Like, Tencent is a bad company, but of those companies that get the evil hate, like, one, NetEase is worse, or NetEase, whatever you want to call them. They are absolutely fucking worse than Tencent. And what's the sleeper worst one, people don't shit on Krafton enough. Krafton is the absolute worst publisher out there, in my opinion. Of all of the evil Korean publishers, they are by far the worst. I will never play Last Epoch because they are Krafton. Like, Krafton is absolute garbanzo beans. They're the company that had the CEO that tried to get out of the contract with Subnautica 2 using ChatGPT. They're that company. Yeah, Tencent's just greedy. My beef was with Tencent is with them. When a game stops being profitable, they cut the funds. The Tencent is very much. They do care about good games. There are some very good Tencent games out there. Obviously, GGG is one of them, or Grinding Gear Games is them, obviously. But they are very much money first. But Krafton is like evil. Like, they are actively screwing over their developers and... yeah. Tencent now fully owns GGG. I have no perspective on that kind of thing as a game developer. My optics on like that, like the reason why I got into game development was because I was like hating what like publishers were doing to games. It felt like a lot of games were being developed by people in suits and not made by gamers. So I, like, we've never even reached out to a publisher to, like, try and, like, we've never had a conversation with a publisher before to try and get money for our studio. Because I don't want anyone to ever be able to tell me what I have to do with my game. Now, I don't think that's the case with Tencent and GGG at all. It seems like there's probably a pretty good relationship there. There are a lot of very big benefits to having a publisher. Like, massive, massive benefits. It's not like just, like, Tencent helps fund the project and stuff. Like, localizing, marketing, like, there's just, like, so much bullshit that when you're, like, a true developer, all you want to do is be a nerd that makes a video game. So there's a lot that publishers do that you would not have to, like, have a whole, like, team of people hired to do. So it's more than just, like, the connections and the amount of money that Tencent pushes into it. You know, it's... a good publisher does a lot more than that. But I have no idea what the relationship is between Tencent and GGG. And not all publishers are bad, but it became very clear that AAA gaming, especially in the 2010 to 2020 range, like the Activision Blizzard takeover, when all the fucking like Madden games started becoming churn, all the all the Call of Duty games started becoming like churn slop, Assassin's Creed started becoming churn slop. It became very clear, especially in like competitive and like some of these games that should have like had good systems in them. They were being designed by people who weren't like degenerates of the genre, and obviously that's not the case with Grinding Gear Games. PoE 1 is as degenerate as it gets, so gotta be careful on this boss not to die. He keeps missing me. He's pooping out a baby. Oh, I got sprint stunned. Am I dead? Oh, wow. We are super tanky. I could have, I would have, like, I did not think we would be playing hardcore Thorns this long. When I agreed to do this, I was hoping we would die sometime in Act 1 and Act 2. And, like, we are tankier than I thought I would be. I'm sad that we've lived this long, because I really wanted to do the beach stream. I'm really excited about the beach stream, but this character is just surviving. This character is just surviving.
have proven yourself to chaos.
I will carry the wisdom
Approach the
of the
altar
vow.
and receive your reward. Challenge.
Cool. Pretty funny. Like, that's... Again, you can call me a biased simp, but, like, when I see stuff like that, chicken, like... Do you think, like, I don't know, maybe I just spent too much time with just shitty Blizzard devs who have, like, clearly never played their own games. But, like, when I hear stuff like that, like, that's why I simp for this company. It's like... No other company, like, not, obviously no other, but, like... I don't have complaints about them. I don't know. I'm a simp for GGG. I don't know what else to say, you guys. It can be lame. Let's see here. Alright. That was a nice little 6-hour stream. Normally don't even stream this long. It was a lot of fun playing this character, though. I'm probably going to be live tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be leveling this character more, or if I'm going to do a beach stream. It was a lot of fun watching Miso farm the beach. And we might start a character like that for the lulz. If I don't stream tomorrow, I will be back to streaming when Diablo 4 launches. If not, if you guys don't see me streaming because I'm playing Diablo 4 or not PoE 2 or whatever, the podcast is this Thursday with Schwingy. We've got Schwingy on the podcast. He's the guy that does the spin the wheel builds that are really fun. This is going to be a fun episode to talk to him about the state of PoE 2 with. But yeah, if I don't see you guys there, I'll see you guys when I see you. I'm going to send you guys over to Wintality. Wintality is a cool streamer. Cool build maker. Cool PoE content creator. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll hopefully see y'all tomorrow or whenever I see y'all. Cheers.